Hey everyone, and welcome to Slumber Reads. Tonight we have 2 hours of horror stories as per usual. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Dropping a like only takes a quick second, but it does help out the channel so very much. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I do post content just like this as often as I can. Roughly every 5 days is what I aim for. But yeah, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, enjoy the 2 hours of horror stories with no mid-roll ads, except for the ad break after this intro. There will not be any more ad breaks after that one. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. Forgive me. It started on a Monday, right on the hottest day of the summer. I keep a pretty strict morning routine. I have since mid-high school. When I realized that, it's true. Surviving off of 4 hours of sleep and 5 Pop-Tarts eaten spread out throughout the course of the day really isn't very good for your mental and physical well-being. I go to bed early with a full nighttime routine complete with noise-canceling headphones, and I wake up well-rested around 6 a.m., which is right when the sun is coming up in mid-July. That's one of the reasons I really prefer the winter. I like to be up before it's bright outside. It gives me a sense of privacy for those few hours before anyone else is awake. It gives me some time where I know without a shadow of a doubt that no one will be thinking about me, looking at me, or trying to talk to me. It did, at least. On this Monday, I was following my usual schedule. I rolled out of bed to the sound of my cats shrieking at me, fed them, hopped in the shower, got dressed, and put on some coffee. I didn't notice him until I walked to the window, mug in hand, warming both of my palms. He was unassuming. He stood right at the end of my driveway, in front of the concrete path through the grass to my front door. He was wearing comfortable clothes, like what you might put on for a trip to the airport. Sweatpants, hoodie. His hair was wet, as if he'd also recently gotten out of the shower. Just like I had. I frowned, bringing my coffee to my mouth as I watched him. I didn't recognize him, but that wasn't saying much. I don't know any of my neighbors. I mostly just kept to myself. He didn't have a dog, so he wasn't walking one. He wasn't holding newspapers or mail. In fact, this man lacked any sense of duty at all. There was no urgency or responsibility in his stance. He gave me no indication that he was only pausing in front of my yard to smell the flowers before continuing along with his day. He was just standing. I found my work bag where I'd left it the night before, sitting on my couch. I packed it back up, shoving my laptop and refilled water bottle into the pocket. When I got back to the window, he was still standing there. He was looking around, almost like he was bored. He looked up at the clouds, then down at his feet, and at what must have been a watch on his wrist. I hesitated, taking one last sip of my coffee before putting my cup in the sink. Then I opened my front door, stepping outside into the rapidly warming day. "Hey," I called out, my voice still gravelly from sleep. I crossed my arms over my chest as if it was cold, hugging myself. "Can I help you, man?" The man seemed surprised to hear me speak, looking up from a crack in the pavement that he'd been closely examining. He blinked, the silence stretching between us across the lawn. "No," he said finally. "I'm okay." More silence, this time feeling far more tense. I felt my face grow hot in embarrassment for the both of us. How didn't he understand that it was strange that he was standing there, in front of my house at 7 in the morning, and wouldn't tell me why? "Okay," I mumbled finally, frustrated. I was never good at confrontation. I locked the door behind me, taking extra care to make sure it was latched securely. It had of course crossed my mind that he could be casing me, but who would be so stupid as to do it out in the open like this, where I could clearly see his face and identify him to the police later if I had to? I got in my van and backed out of the driveway. In my rearview mirror, I could see him, standing there, watching me pull out. He didn't move. I told myself this was fine. This was just a weird story to tell Casey later. Another one of those instances where something strange and unexplainable happens to someone that realistically has a perfectly reasonable explanation. I was fine with not knowing why this happened, because he'd been gone by the time I got home, and that would be that. I was early to work, but I was always a little early. I hung out in the break room, waiting to clock in. 10 minutes before my shift started, Casey arrived. He looked more tired than usual, with bags under his eyes, and he groaned when he spotted me, slumping down across from me. "Good morning," he grumbled, drawing out the G. I couldn't help it. A small smile tugged at my lips. Casey expressed everything so animatedly, as opposed to my usual monotone. It left me wondering every day what he was going to be like. He was my only sense of entertainment at work, and maybe in general. There weren't many people that I genuinely considered a friend of mine, but he'd placed himself adamantly in that role almost as soon as I met him a few years ago in this very room. All of the stress of the morning melted away. "You're not gonna want to hear this," I said, "but you forgot your name tag." He looked down at himself and threw his head back in agony. "Dang it, Megan will be so upset. 3rd time this week." I checked the time. 5 minutes until I clocked in. "Still getting those calls?" "Yes, my God, they won't give it a break." He scrubbed at his face. His hair looked greasy, like he'd forgotten to wash it. "I've tried blocking the numbers. I've called the phone company. Whoever it is won't stop. They must be buying burner phones or something. I really think it's that guy from last month that I pissed off." "All you said was no refund for that destroyed phone. That thing was like a couple of slivers of glass tied together by some wires." "I know." He rested his head on his arms, slumping over on the table. "Well, apparently he found another place to buy it off him, because he could sure afford a new one." It was time for me to start work. As I stood up, everything that I wanted to tell him about rushed back to me. Something about how unexplained the calls he'd been getting were had reminded me. "Oh my God, I have to tell you something later. When's your lunch break?" Casey could always make things feel a little less serious. He could always make me feel better, make me see that things weren't so drastic. I hoped he never lost that quality about him. When work was over, the sun was low over the horizon, drenching the parking lot in orange. My day had felt long and stressful, as most did, but I still relished the sense of purpose and community that it afforded me. As much as I liked being home and by myself, being at my job was crucial to my stability, and I always had a hard time transferring from one state to another, because when I left in the evening, and the drive home felt eerie and quiet compared to the bright fluorescent lights and conversation I'd been submerged in moments before. I listened to the radio, letting the sound of newscasters and commercials comfort me as I took my route home. As soon as I turned down my street, I knew something was wrong. I knew before I even saw them. There were 6 people now, all standing in front of my house. The man from this morning was still there, leaning from left to right to give each foot a break from the burden of his weight, right where I'd left him. But now there were more of them, lined up behind him in single file, all unassuming and dressed comfortably, as if they had nowhere else to be but here. I pulled into my driveway, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. I waited a moment before turning off the engine, the radio droning in the background, not absorbing anything, and garbled voices were saying, "Was I supposed to call the police?" That sounded like my personal nightmare. Was this some sort of group effort to freak me out? Some kind of gang stalking tactic? I couldn't think of a single person who might hate me enough to do something like this. I tended to stay out of people's way. I got out of the car, shrugging my bag over my shoulder, muffling over what I should say. "Excuse me," I called out, taking a few steps towards the line, cautious. "What's going on here?" Maybe it wasn't the most eloquent way to ask, but I could hardly even get the words out. My voice was shaking just as much as my hands still were. A couple of the people looked at each other. I swore I saw one of them shrug. A younger man, maybe a few years younger than me. "We're waiting," the younger man said finally, smiling politely. It was like the smile I gave customers after an extra grueling rush. Tired. I stared at him blankly. I looked between each of their faces. That look was the only thing they had in common. That exhaustion, sewn in a little below the surface, somehow mingling with a certain sense of excitement that hummed in the air between them. Anticipation. "Why?" I deadpanned. I was getting frustrated again. What did I have to do to get a straight answer? "For what? Why here?" The young man looked around as if hoping that someone else might answer, but when no one spoke up, he turned to me again. "This is where we were told to wait." My mouth dropped open, and I forced it to close again. I was in awe at how he thought that was a suitable answer. I opened my mouth another time to say something concise. Something like, "Who the hell told you to wait here?" But all that came out was a strangled sound, like I was an animal that had been shot by a bow and arrow. I went inside, shutting down and defaulting into walking up my front steps, locking the door again behind me. I tossed my bag down and pulled out my phone, calling Casey. I didn't know what else to do. My cats meowed at my feet, scratching at my ankles. "Stop calling this number," he said after a couple of rings, his voice slightly breathless. "I'm serious, dude. If you don't stop, I'll..." "It's me," I said, slumping down into a chair at my kitchen table. I looked around just to make sure nothing seemed tampered with, although my door had still been locked when I got home. Sorry, man. I'm on a run. I just assumed it was that guy again. What's up?" I paused to swallow, collecting my words and lining them up in my head like those people outside, one after another. "You know that man I told you about who was standing outside my house this morning?" "Yeah?" I let out a shaky breath. "He's still here, and there are more of them now." I heard him stop running, his breathing hard and his clothes rustling as he readjusted them. "Are you serious?" "Yeah." For some reason I felt on the verge of tears. I didn't want to be a baby. I just didn't like situations like this. Situations where I felt like I needed help. But my anxiety was bad enough as it was. I just wanted someone else to see the same thing I was, affirm that my fear was justified. "Hang on," he panted. "I'm only a few blocks away from you. I'll come over." "Okay," I muttered, resisting the urge to tell him to be careful. That was stupid. The people outside hadn't shown any signs of being dangerous. "Thanks." I watched out of my front window waiting for him to arrive. I watched the people on the line. Some had sat down on the curb, some were checking their phones. The first man and an old woman behind him were having an animated conversation. Before my very eyes, two more people joined, walking up from somewhere down the street. Casey stared at them as he jogged up my driveway, his eyebrows furrowed in confusion. They stared right back at him, some whispering amongst themselves. I unlocked the door for him, letting him inside. He was drenched in sweat, his hair even greasier than it had been that morning. "You weren't kidding," was the first thing he said, peering through the blinds like I had just been doing. "No," I choked out, beginning to pace. "Why would I joke about this?" "I don't know." He ran his fingers through his hair. "To freak me out?" When have I ever done something like that? Despite everything, despite the way my face was screwed up as if I was in physical pain, he grinned at me. "Thought maybe you were trying something new." "Casey." "Okay, I'm sorry." He nodded, looking up at the ceiling like he was mulling it over. "Let's call the police." The patrol car that pulled up carried a heavy-set bald man with a blonde mustache. A man who looked unequivocally like a cop. He came to the door while looking behind his shoulder, just like Casey had. I told him about the man. I told him I had tried to talk to them, to not much success. I told him I was worried for my own safety, just like Casey had instructed me to before his arrival. "It's just like at the doctor," he said. "Exaggerate so they have to take it seriously." The cop agreed that it was strange. "Give me a moment," he told me. "I'll try and get some answers." Casey and I watched as he went up to the line. Starting with the man at the front, I could see their mouths moving, but there was no way to know what they were saying from there. The man nodded at something, and the cop shrugged. Everything seemed very ordinary, as if none of this was anything of any urgency. Casey and I shared a nervous look. "Here's the thing," the cop said when he finally returned to my front door, after seeming to speak to a few more of them. "They don't seem very talkative. Best I can assume is this is some kind of social experiment type deal, or a prank. But they don't seem to be aggressive or of ill intention." I could do nothing but stare at him. Casey was the one to speak after a moment of empty air. "Can't you tell them to go away?" The cop sighed, taking a moment to speak in a low voice into his radio. "They're on public property." "They're in front of my house," I managed to squeak. "They're inches from my lawn." The man nodded sympathetically, in a way that didn't feel entirely sincere. "I understand that. Unfortunately, I can't do much unless they pose an active threat." I could tell he was already detaching himself from the situation, losing interest in our conversation. "Call us again if they do anything else." I watched him go, offering me one last curt nod. I couldn't believe it. When I turned, Casey was shaking his head in dismay, looking just as exasperated as I was feeling. He stayed for a while, then told me he would have to go home. It was dark by then, the streetlights illuminating the standing bodies lying down the sidewalk. They weren't even leaving for the night. "I'm sorry," he winced. "I have to feed my dog and try to get some rest. I'll call you first thing in the morning and check in, okay?" I just nodded. My throat felt tight. It was taking everything in me not to beg him to stay. I didn't want to be alone, but even more than that, I didn't want to seem desperate. He searched my face, apprehensive. I could tell he felt guilty. "Will you tell me if anything changes?" I nodded again, summoning my strength. "Don't worry, Casey. I'm good. Are you sure you're okay walking home? I could give you a ride." I said it thinking of the people outside, as if one of them might chase him down, but as soon as it left my mouth, I remembered his weird phone calls. It occurred to me that he might be scared right now, too. Still, he shook his head. "I'll be fine. I'm fast. I'll run." He punctuated the sentence with a laugh. "Cool. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow." "Cool." He hovered awkwardly by the door for a moment before giving me a handshake, slapping my hand. I was sure I was sweaty, but he didn't show any acknowledgement, which I immensely appreciated. As soon as he was gone, the house settled into an uncanny quiet. I turned on all the lamps, closed all my shades, and double-checked that all the doors were locked. Then I went to bed, praying that when I woke up, things would go back to normal. But they weren't. The second I opened my eyes the next day, a deep feeling of dread closed in on me. There had to be more than 70 people now, lined up down the street. I walked down my driveway, staring in horror. Some of them had brought chairs. Some were sleeping, curled up against the rain gutters. Some seemed wide awake, bouncing anxiously on the balls of their feet. I couldn't even see all the way to the end of the line, as it curved where the street did, disappearing around a bend. I felt like my brain was breaking. I sucked up all my nerves and walked down the line, trying to determine if I recognized a single one of them. Some were more willing to talk to me than others. Some of them just looked at me nervously, or avoided my eyes entirely. I started asking each of them what they were waiting for, to varying degrees of success, but no one would give me a completely straight answer. "I'm here for my son. I need another chance," one woman told me, but when I asked what she meant, she only shook her head at me apologetically. "They all think that being first in line means they'll be first," another woman said, as if she was just gossiping, as if I had any idea what she was talking about. But I don't even think that's how it works. Still, it's good to be here early. Probably. Shows you really want it. One man, when I focused in on him, burst into tears. The people next to him in line rubbed his back. I was walking back up the line towards my house, in a daze of confusion and still half awake, when someone grabbed my sleeve. Her eyes were wide and watery, and her fingers trembled as she held on to me. "It'll happen soon," she whispered quickly, quietly, the faces of the people around her darkened, glaring at her. "You know what to do." "I know you know what to do." I sprinted back to my house, slamming the door behind me. I had 2 missed calls from Casey. I called him back and he answered on the first ring. "Dude, I was worried. I know you're always up by now." "I'm okay," I muttered, still out of breath from running back. "Casey, there are so many people now. They're all the way down the block." "Oh my god, are you serious?" "Yes, and they're so weird. I don't know what they... Hang on. Why are you up so early?" I could almost hear him shrugging through the phone. "Didn't sleep much." "Why?" There was a beat. I kept feeling like someone was in my house. I could feel myself frowning, my mouth turning down. I swallowed hard. "Casey." I know, it's stupid. Are you coming to work?" I walked down the hall to my room, still holding the phone up to my ear, just to do something, just to keep moving. "I guess so. I don't know what else to do." He sighed in relief. "Okay, great. I'll see you there." "I'll see you there." When I got back to the living room, I nearly leapt out of my skin. There was a man standing at my window, his hands pressed to the glass, peering inside. As soon as he noticed me, he sprinted away, and I watched him reclaim his spot in line, about 5 houses down from my own. The next few days kept me in a constant state of fight or flight. When I drove home from work, I started passing the line 5 minutes before I pulled into my driveway, then 6. The line only multiplied. It was like the population of an entire town had coordinated to stand right in front of my doorstep. I called the police several more times. To their credit, they did finally try and tell the line to leave, threatened them with loitering charges. Once they really did start to disperse, and the relief I felt was incomparable. But as soon as the squad car pulled away, they were back. I started to feel hopeless. On my days off, I just sat inside with the blinds drawn, obsessively checking to see if anything had changed every few minutes. I wasn't sure at this point if it would unnerve me more if it did or if it didn't. Either way, I would have no explanation. The atmosphere was changing. The buzz that had been hovering in the air since those first few people arrived was only growing stronger. They were waiting for something, and it was coming. It was getting closer. The next Wednesday, Casey called me as I lay in bed waiting for exhaustion to hit me. It was around 10 p.m., long past when I used to go to bed so I could wake up early. I had given up on routine. "John," he said when I picked up. I immediately sat up in bed. His tone was different. This was not the usual bubbly, self-assured Casey. "What's wrong?" I could have sworn I heard a whimper. "Can I come over? Can I sleep over there?" "Of course," I said right away. It was so scary to hear him like this. "Of course you can. What's going on?" "There's someone here. I know it. You have to believe me." It felt like my heart might crack one of my ribs. I do. I believe you. I'll be over in 10, he said, and hung up the phone. The next 10 minutes were torture. I watched out my window, this time almost completely ignoring the line. I hardly cared about the line right then. For the first time since it began, when his headlights illuminated the front of my house, I opened the front door. He pulled in behind my van. It started slowly, quietly, from somewhere mid-line. Someone started cheering. Slowly, they all joined in, until the neighborhood was flooded with the sound of clapping hands. I ushered Casey inside. He wasn't himself, dragging his fingertips through his hair and licking his lips. If I didn't know him, I might have assumed he was on drugs. His phone rang and the sound made both of us jump. He shook his head, staring at it for a moment before chucking it at the floor. It shattered. Okay, I said slowly, putting my hand carefully on his back. Okay, let's sit down. I watched TV with him late into the night, glancing at him from the corner of my eye until I saw his shadows slump a little, and his breathing slow. At around 2 a.m., I realized he was asleep, his head half resting on my shoulder. I eased him down onto the couch, covered him in a blanket, and retreated quietly to my room, careful to shut the door softly so as to not wake him. I woke up about an hour and a half later to the sound of cheering. My headphones had fallen off at some point when I must have rolled over. It was muffled, dampened only by the walls between my room and the outside, but it was loud enough to force my eyes open. I sat up, groggily rubbing my eyes, trying to comprehend what was happening. Then I remembered Casey, out on the couch, asleep. And then I heard something from the kitchen. I got out of bed, my feet hitting the carpet, warm from the summer night. The cheering kept going, like the backtrack of a sitcom. It made my stomach twist, like someone had their hands in there, tying my intestines into knots. The pieces of Casey's shattered phone were still scattered on the kitchen floor. As my eyes adjusted to the light, I could see that wasn't the only thing different about the room. Half of my drawers were open, the contents emptied onto the counters. A chair had been tipped over, too, sitting on its back on the tile floor. I heard a rustle from the other room, and my head flew up so fast I heard my neck pop. A man stood in the living room, in the dark. He was reaching for the zipper of his black rain jacket, the hood covering his hair. We made eye contact as he zipped it up to cover his face, but not before I recognized him as the man from the store, the one who had been so upset about the phone return, the one who had threatened Casey in the parking lot afterwards, the one who had been calling him non-stop ever since. He dropped something and hit the living room rug with a thump. Then he ran, leaping out of the back window that I must have forgotten to lock the night before. My fear kept me frozen in place, completely still. I didn't even think to chase him. I looked at what he'd dropped. It was one of my kitchen knives, and it was covered in something dark and red and viscous. I looked at the couch facing away from me, where Casey's hand was draped over the arm. Limp. Casey was dead. I knew it before I even rounded the corner and looked into his slack, pale face. When the cops got there, I was kneeled in front of the couch, my face buried in his chest, my clothes soaked in his blood. It had been all I could make myself do. All I could say to him was, "Forgive me, forgive me, forgive me. Forgive me for not saving you." As they dragged me outside, needing 3 officers to even support my full weight, the cheering got louder. It echoed down the street, a ruckus and grating sound that made my head spin. I saw some of their faces under the streetlights, some beaming at me and some looking utterly heartbroken on my behalf. Like they knew. It felt like slow motion as they hauled me into the squad car, as I watched out the window as we pulled away, and the ambulances pulled up. Lights not even on. Siren replaced with that awful cheering. And down the street, down the line, someone began to rise. A figure was plucked out of the line and began to rise in the air, as if there was some invisible beam drawing them up and up and up, hovering above the rest. They had been chosen. The cheering began to die down. Some cried out in distress and protest, falling to their knees or pulling at their own hair. Some just watched. I watched in horror as my surroundings began to flicker and to change before my eyes. My house shuddered and rippled. And then it wasn't my house anymore. The neighborhood shifted and it was no longer my neighborhood. We were in the city, the street filled with cars, and my home was now a tall apartment building, spotted with window lights cutting through the darkness. In my holding cell, I was nothing. I was no one. All feeling had left my body, leaving me cold and numb. They asked me if I wanted to make a call, and I said nothing. I had no one I wanted to call. I kept thinking maybe if I had done something differently, if I had stayed on the couch with him, or taken all the warning signs more seriously, if I hadn't worn headphones to bed, if I had done something differently, he would still be here. My best friend, he would still be alive. I hardly noticed when someone started talking to me, not until they touched my arm. "You failed," they said, their wispy voice hardly penetrating my ears. Nothing changed. It was a man, maybe a cop that was out of uniform, but maybe not. He felt strange, like something I couldn't fully get a grasp on. Even while looking directly at it, I couldn't describe to you what he looked like. I nodded. It was all I could think to do. I just wanted to go back. I wanted to go back to last night, or before then even, and do it differently. If I could just try it again, I would save him. "It's okay," he said sympathetically. He took my hand through the bars. "You can try again. Do you remember me?" I shook my head. He took a Sharpie out of his jacket pocket and began to write on the back of my hand. I let him. "Go to this address," he said softly. "On this date, wait there. If you're chosen, you won't remember this. You won't remember anything. You'll be taken back to before it happened again." He spoke to me as if I were a child, his eyes looking over my face, searching for any recognition. He found none. If you interact with anyone while you're waiting, do not tell them why you're there. You cannot help them change what they need to change. They need to do it on their own. He smiled at me. He had a kind face, but something felt slightly wrong about it. Slightly sharpened like the tip of a knife. "Good luck, John." And then he was gone. I'm home now. My real home. Not the shifting, fabricated one from before my friend was murdered. I got out on bail and I've been put on house arrest for the time being. I'm still a suspect, but my lawyer is hopeful. He says if they let me out at all, they must know deep down that it wasn't me who killed Casey. I haven't washed off what that man wrote yet. I just keep staring at it. The date is in a week. My court date is a few days after that. I'm not sure if I'll try again. I'm not sure if anything would change. I think it's in my nature to be a coward. Maybe that's what he's trying to teach me. I'm just not sure if I'm ready to learn. This is a PSA for anyone trying to go on that game show. It's also a cry for help. I'm not going to say which one because if I do, I'm afraid they'll see this post and find me. I'll just say it's the one where you and 2 other people answer tough questions with a host. And, critically, if you get the answer wrong, you can go into the negative. That's what happened to me on Friday. I can still remember the sweat, slippery hands sliding on the buzzer, only halfway into the first round. "Jane Austen," I said, unsure. "Oh, sorry, Jack. Incorrect again," the chipper host said, his big smile not quite matching the moment as he adjusted his tie, and my score dropped even further. I was trying to climb myself out of a hole I was busy digging myself into. At the moment, that hole was $3,000. I'd been a fan of the show for a long time, but I'd never seen anyone drop this far. I thought the worst part would be the embarrassment of watching myself lose horribly on national television. I couldn't have been more wrong. Another heart-pounding round of questions later, negative 3,200, negative 3,800. I decided to stop buzzing in. "Not looking good, Jack," the host said, making his customary round of small talk with the contestants. Yeah, I guess I'm a little nervous." The other contestants didn't even look at me. They just stared straight ahead. Maybe too embarrassed for me. They were stone-like. "You should be." He slapped me on the shoulder. I flinched. I'd never seen him talk to a contestant like this before. "Oh, I'm just kidding." He moved on to the next contestant, shaking the sweat off his hand that he had picked up from my jacket. I could feel my cheeks flush. It was so hot in here. 10 minutes into the next round, and I had started to regain my composure. Standing completely still and not saying anything will do that to you. Next question. What is the battle known by the Lakota as greasy grass? Silence. Nobody knew. Jack? He wasn't supposed to do that, was he? Call on someone? I wasn't sure if all the lights had turned on me, but that's what it felt like. I don't know. The audience gasped. The host smiled. His eyes started to get wide. Are you serious? You'll be kicking yourself. He was leaning over his podium. I don't want to lose any more money. I'm not guessing. Little Bighorn. It's Little Bighorn, Jack. Was that Custer's last stand? I asked, not realizing I was speaking aloud. I knew you'd know it. My score dropped another $500. Jesus Christ. When would this be over? This part? Soon enough, Jack. The host shot me air pistols. Did I say that out loud? What did he mean by this part? Final question. Place your bets. I'm sorry, Jack. You won't be joining us for this one. What a relief. I stepped away from the podium into a backstage holding area. 5 minutes later, I heard applause. I sat up, ready to get back on stage and be a good sport. Then the host appeared in the doorway of the waiting room. Hi, Jack. Hi. I said as flatly as I could. Not our best performance. No, I guess not. Hey, shouldn't I be out there? I asked, moving closer to the door. He stepped forward. Not until you pay us back. Pay you back? You were over $4,000 in the hole. What do you think? We just let our contestants go without settling up? It's only fair. I stepped backwards. The host stepped forward again. This is how it goes, Jack. The part you don't get to see on TV. I fell back onto the couch. It was soft, and I sunk into it. I wish I could have sunk further and further until I wasn't in the room anymore. The host loomed over me. Jack, his voice feigning sympathy. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. Are you crazy? This can't be happening. Oh, it can. And it is. He started to shuffle around in his pocket. Was he pulling something out? Fine, okay, I'll pay. That big, toothy grin curled back into being on his face. Can I Venmo you? The host's smile curdled. Cash. Who keeps that kind of money in their pocket? I yelled, not really asking. Then you'll have to bring it back next time. Don't forget, we do collect interest. I'll just call the police when I get home, I thought. I wouldn't do that. Are you reading my mind? I can do a lot of things, Jack. The whole room got dark. All I could see were his big eyes and his even bigger smile. All I could feel was his tie drooping onto my chest. He was so close. His breath, surprisingly cold, fogged my glasses. Fine, I will, I promise. I'll be back next week. The room brightened up again. Good, but just in case. He pulled out a wrench. My vision blurred. It's been 2 days. Typing with my left hand. How am I going to get $4,300? It was a long day at the beach, and the tide had retreated farther than any of us could remember. What had been open sea only hours ago was now a vast, jagged maze of shallow pools, black volcanic rock, and patches of wet sand that reflected the heavy afternoon sun. Tiny fish darted between the cracks, and hermit crabs scurried whenever someone lifted a stone. Greedily holding on to the stolen shells they claimed as homes. Strange, brittle stars rested in the shadows with their long tentacles outstretched, though we didn't care much about them. There were simply too many. Every few minutes, someone would shout, "Come look at this," before the rest of us crowded around a strange shell or a lonely reef fish left behind by the water. Personally, I wanted to find a nautilus shell, a dead one. We all wanted some kind of treasure, really. Anything could do, nothing specific. At the very least, I figured an aquatic hermit crab couldn't possibly grow big enough to steal an empty nautilus shell away from me. Could it? Imagine getting stranded here. Noah laughed, poking a stick into a pool among the rocks. I watched a tiny fish get swallowed by the underwater sandstorm he created. It wasn't a fancy, proper fish, but some kind of frog-faced bottom dweller that moved unbelievably fast. The moment the sand settled, it stood perfectly still, blending into the background with its dull gray and white body. I'd build a civilization with the crabs. You'd lose a war to the crabs, Maya replied smoothly. They're organized. Laughter bounced across the wet rocks before being swallowed by the heavy, distant sound of the crashing waves. Noah was Maya's older brother, and I was their cousin. Farther ahead, Eli crouched beside a narrow crevice in the volcanic stone. He was our neighborhood friend, and by the looks of it, he had found something. Yo, guys. Nobody looked. We had all grown bored of Eli's exciting discoveries. He had tricked me once before, making me think I was looking at a prized chunk of whale dung, only for me to learn it was just a lousy, squishy sea cucumber. Guys, Eli shouted again. What? Maya asked. I guess she was just nice, always ready to believe whatever Eli had in store for her. He sounded entirely serious this time, though. We listened. I found something. One by one, we gathered around Eli, looming over his shoulders and tracking his gaze until we saw what he saw. At first, it looked like nothing more than a damp, tan-colored blob tucked beneath a flat shelf of rock. Then it moved. A tiny octopus unfolded itself with surprising elegance, one arm at a time, as if stretching after a long nap. I noticed a faint shimmer running across the circular grooves of its skin. No way, Maya whispered, stepping closer to Eli. It's so small, Noah added, leaning in. A baby? Eli smiled, fascinated. It's adorable. Looks like a baby one, yeah. The octopus slowly climbed onto the top of the rock, its soft body shifting in texture as it moved. It didn't seem frightened at all. Instead, it simply explored its surroundings with curious, delicate arms that curled around nearby pebbles and broken shells. I've never seen one this close, Eli said softly. Can we touch it? Noah asked. I mean, nobody answered, not because we knew any better, but because it felt a little gross to touch a squishy sea blob. Eli, however, carefully extended one finger, The octopus reached toward it. There, Noah laughed. It likes you. The little creature wrapped a single arm around Eli's finger for only a second before letting go again. Aww. It literally wants to hold hands. Maya crouched lower, her face inches from the pool. Look at its eyes. They're huge. They're kind of cute. I don't think those are eyes, I murmured, staring closer at the pulsing shapes. As the sun began setting, painting the sky in deep, bruised purples, we kept the octopus company, letting Eli play with it more. Do octopuses make good pets? Eli asked. I've seen videos of it, Noah replied. My uncle had one. No, he had a squid. Same thing. They're definitely not the same thing. As the octopus slowly crawled across the surface of the rock, the dying sunlight struck its skin from a different angle. Faint electric blue circles shimmered across its body, flashing brilliantly before fading almost immediately back into the dull brown flesh. It began nipping at Eli's finger, making him laugh, tickling nibbles. He called them. Oh. What? It changed colors. So? I don't know. All octopuses can do that, you know, Noah said confidently. All? Maya asked. Maybe we're interrupting its date, Noah joked. Everyone laughed again. Eli, however, didn't join in. I want to keep it, he stated firmly. His voice sounded tighter now, a bit more tense. 3 voices answered at once. No. Absolutely not. Why? Eli whined, though his eyes looked strangely wide. Look at it. It'll probably die if we leave it here. I think it's telling me something. It lives here, Eli, Maya said, rolling her eyes. But what if I made it a little aquarium? Noah shrugged. I mean, if you actually knew how. I could learn, Maya groaned. You watched one documentary, and now you're a marine biologist. I watched half. Exactly. Eli looked around the barren stretch of rock. We just need something to carry it in. There isn't anything out here. I'll go find a bottle or a bucket. We're literally on a beach. People leave stuff everywhere. Before anyone could even argue further, Eli stepped over a ridge of black rock and disappeared behind a cluster of deep tide pools. I wondered why he was in such a sudden rush to leave. It was as if he was feeling something shifting on the inside, a secret he didn't want to share with us. The sun is almost down, Noah called out after him. A hand appeared briefly over the rocks, giving us a quick thumbs up. Then, it vanished. The rest of us kept exploring, heading closer to the retreating shoreline. Someone found a sea star, and someone else discovered a tiny shrimp that was transparent enough to nearly disappear in the water. The minutes slipped by unnoticed. Eventually, Maya stopped and frowned, looking back toward the shadows of the dunes. Eli has been gone a while, hasn't he? Noah pulled out his phone to check the time. About 20 minutes. Seriously? He probably found real treasure. Eli, Maya yelled. Only the crashing waves answered. The 3 of us climbed over the ridge, calling his name louder each time we reached a new crest. We found no footprints in the wet sand, no discarded bucket, and no plastic bottle. There was no sign of Eli anywhere. Behind us, the tide had turned. The waves grumpily flowed back in, completely submerging the zone where we had found the octopus. Hours later, after the emergency services had already begun searching the pitch-black shoreline, Maya sat shivering, wrapped tightly in a wool towel. A park ranger stood over her, asking exactly where Eli had last been seen. She described the jagged rocks, the isolated tide pools, and finally, the little octopus. The ranger's pen stopped moving across his notepad. What kind of octopus? I don't know. Maya shuddered, shaking her head. It was tiny, brown, and it had blue circles, I added from beside her. The ranger looked at me, his expression suddenly hardening, as if my words had crushed the last of his professional hope. They glowed, Maya whispered. A heavy silence settled over the entire group. The ranger slowly closed his notebook and slipped it into his pocket. How much did he touch it? Nobody answered immediately. Then a cold dread washed over Noah as he remembered Eli smiling, watching that small, stubby arm curl around his bare finger. He remembered laughing. He remembered saying, "It likes you." Noah didn't know that those would be the last words he would ever say to his friend. Eli's body was recovered from a shallow crevice later that night. The medical examiner stated the cause of death was asphyxiation due to total paralysis. The painless, non-toxic bite of a blue-ringed octopus. Eli had been completely conscious, unable to move or breathe, as the tide slowly came back in. Let it be a warning. If you ever encounter a wild creature you don't recognize, no matter how small, no matter how beautiful, leave it alone, and make sure the people you love promise to do the same. I found myself awake way later than I should have been on a Wednesday night, but this was normal for me. I have always had really bad paranoia, ever since I was a kid. Even as an adult, it never went away. It would often come in waves. Sometimes it would hardly be there. Other times it was very much present. My paranoia would often affect my ability to sleep, and I would stay up way past when I was supposed to go to bed. And tonight was no exception. I was sitting on my bed in the dark, listening to every noise I could hear in complete silence. It was bad tonight. I went to college and scored an amazing job that paid me wonderfully, but I was so stuck up on studying and doing my work, I've never made any friends, or met any girls. It never bothered me. I liked being alone, but sometimes I wish I had someone else around so I was less afraid. I live alone in a 2-story house, and my room was on the 2nd story, so any sound would alert me and leave me unnerved. Tonight I felt terrified, and I had no idea why. It was fear of the unknown. I looked over at the time, 2 in the morning. I sighed and cautiously started to lay down, being as quiet as I could while doing so. If I made too much noise, it would suppress the sound of something in my house or someone outside. I laid my head on the pillow and managed to calm my state of mind enough to start dozing off. Still slightly paranoid. As I was just on the verge of sleep, I heard something. Crunch. I shot up, looking towards where I heard the noise. I was immediately set on alert since I was already on edge to begin with. The noise was coming from somewhere in the loft area, right next to my room. I debated for a moment until I reluctantly decided to get up and quietly tiptoe to the loft, but I didn't see anything in there. Then I heard it again. Crunch. Being right at the window, I could unmistakably determine what it was. It was leaves crunching in my backyard. I had the window open so I would be able to hear any sound outside. The loft had a window showing a clear view of my backyard. Whatever was outside was making zero attempt of being quiet, since I could hear it a story up. Was someone out there? Was it just an animal? I was too nervous to look. As I was trying to convince myself it was just a squirrel or a deer, I heard it for a 3rd time. Snap. Crunch. It was much louder this time, and I was certain it wasn't an animal anymore. I heard the snap of a stick being broken in half and undeniably the sound of footsteps. Even when I was standing, far from the window, I could see a faint moving shadow in the grass. The shadow of a moving man. I slowly walked over to the window, the sounds not stopping, and saw the source of the noise. As terrified as I was, what I saw in my backyard confused me more than scared me for a brief few seconds. I saw a hooded man, dancing like a ballerina in the dark with his back facing me. He was being graceful with his steps, and with the way he was moving, he looked like he had long mastered what he was doing. He was holding a stick in his right hand, moving it with his dance, like it was a magic wand, walking while dancing all throughout my backyard, almost like a fairy. I stood there at the window just watching, completely vexed at what I was witnessing. Was this man on drugs? Was he drunk? All of these questions were rapidly overwhelming my mind, and it was starting to put me in a panicked state. When you are put in an unexpected situation, you often don't think logically, so my first thought was to shut the window. I snapped out of my trance and gripped the top of the window frame. While panicking, I accidentally slammed it shut in the process while backing away. The noise was loud, and I heard it echo into the backyard for several seconds. Even with the window shut, I was certain he had heard it. I cautiously peeked outside and saw my fears were confirmed. He was now standing completely still, paused in his dance as if time had been frozen on him. Both of his arms were up above his head and he was standing on one foot, the other foot resting on his leg, still with his back facing me. I ducked down and immediately regretted closing the window. Now I wouldn't be able to hear him moving, and he knew I was here. I quickly ran to my room to grab my phone and dialed the police. As I heard the line ringing, I walked back into the loft, crawling so he wouldn't see me through the window. 911, what is your emergency? Hello, there's a man in my backyard. Just as I was about to tell the operator what was going on, I took a look outside and suddenly stumped over my words. He was now facing me, looking up at me much closer than I would have liked. He had both of his hands in his pockets, and he was frowning like a cartoon character. Everything about him was human except for his eyes. They were just slightly too large to resemble a normal pair of eyes, and he had no pupils. We both stood completely still, just staring at each other until the voice of the operator snapped me back to reality. But I didn't look away. Hello? Sir, are you there? Did you just say there is a man in your backyard? Yes. He's standing outside looking up at me right now. I could hear the fear in my voice. What does the man look like? The operator asked. He's wearing a hoodie and he's tall. I don't know, I can't tell, it's too dark, I said. I told the operator where I lived, and with that, I was alone again. As soon as I hung up the phone, the man's frown slowly disappeared as he began dancing towards the back door. I instantly caught on what he was doing, and I ran as fast as I could over to the door, and for a moment, I was relieved. It was locked, so he couldn't get in. Or so I thought. I jumped out of my skin as I heard a loud pounding noise on the door. The door violently shook in its frame, and I ran back upstairs. I had to hide, or try to protect myself somehow. I saw a closet and bolted towards it. Before I could shut it, I saw the door being beaten down and for a moment saw the man dancing inside, an angry look on his face. It was quiet now, the only noise being the man dancing around the house. He was whispering my name, peeping around different corners. I'm 26 years old, and I've never been this terrified in my life. Nothing has even come close. The only thing I could do in that closet was hope he wouldn't find me before the cops came. I felt helpless. This man was strong enough to break down my door with his bare hands, so I had no idea what he was capable of. All I could do was hide. I heard the stairs creak, and I knew he was getting closer, his whispers becoming more and more audible as he walked. He walked straight to the closet I was hiding behind, and stopped right in front of it. He stopped whispering. He knew I was in here, his shadow barely noticeable from under the door. I held my breath and was on the verge of tears. I had no idea what this man was going to do to me. For a few moments, all was quiet. the only noise in the house being the man's breathing from the other side of the door. He was taking deep, measured breaths, and sounded like he was gasping for air. Then I heard him walk in a different direction. I was relieved for a short second until I saw the door being violently slammed down, and I watched as it fell onto the floor in front of me. But I didn't see him anywhere. I slowly stepped out and looked around frantically, but found no one. I couldn't hear him or see him anywhere, and I thought he was gone, but this thought quickly diminished when I saw a big shadow walk past my living room window downstairs. He was outside again, but how? He was just in front of me at the closet, and he broke down the door, and now he was back outside? This fact immediately made me not think this man was human, but I was afraid to accept it. In any other scenario, I would have thought considering this man to be some supernatural being would be madness, but somehow I knew. I didn't need to think twice about it. I didn't believe in stuff like this, but here I was being faced with it. I saw another shadow moving up my loft window, then one downstairs, then one at my bedroom. Suddenly the entire house was shaking and I could hear footsteps on every inch of the house. The sound was piercing my ears and I covered them as hard as I could. Just as I did, I began to hear voices. Voices speaking to me in my mind. Voices of people I once knew. My late grandfather, my mother, my entire family speaking in my head, telling me I was a failure, telling me to give up. They were telling me things I didn't want to know, things nobody would ever want to know. My entire family hated me. I was the burden of the family. I would die alone. I would never find a partner or any friends. My father tried to kill me when I was a baby. My sister died when I was young, and my mother blamed me for it. All these statements were enveloping my mind. I saw visions. I saw myself in my room hung on a noose, dead. I saw my mother get into a car accident and watched the light fade from her eyes. I saw my sister being murdered by one of my childhood friends I haven't spoken to in years. I saw the hooded man dragging my body into an endlessly dark cave far into the woods, a smile on his face. I thought it wouldn't end, but eventually it did, all in a quick second. I slowly opened my eyes and saw the flashing of red and blue lights reflecting on my wall from outside. My house just as quiet as it normally was. I was on the floor, curled into a ball, crying. I explained to the police what happened, leaving out the details that would have them questioning my sanity. The man was gone, and I never saw him again. The police left and I was alone in my house again, the visions and thoughts still fresh on my mind. Whatever that man was, he didn't need to physically hurt me to leave me with permanent damage. I don't know if the things I was shown and told were true, but all I could do now is hope I can forget about it. But I doubt I'll be able to. My house was covered in footprints and handprints. I hired someone to remove them, but he couldn't. They are forever stained into my house. Sometimes I wonder if I just let him do his thing in my backyard and didn't bother him. I wonder if he would have done everything he had done. So many things still don't make sense to me. But for now, I think I know enough. I don't want any of my questions to be answered anyway. Some things we don't need to know. Let me start with, I realized that maybe I should have been alarmed at accepting a job at a motel in this day and age. Motels in the first place are not the prim and proper hotel management job that I had envisioned for myself after completing my degree. Like every 25-year-old that had spent the greater part of their college experience partying and getting absolutely drunk. I had gotten a rude awakening after graduating that it was all over. The sorority girl that had aspirations of becoming a chic hotel manager in Paris fizzled quicker than a flat soda. All in all, I suppose it could have been far worse. Everything considered, I had landed a job at least. Even if the job took me out to the middle of nowhere, at least nowhere paid. To be honest, up until about a month ago, I had been surfing the internet and trying my best to become a viable applicant. It was not going stellar, but finally in the middle of the night after watching far too much reality TV and eating a bag of Twizzlers, it arrived. The email that brought me to my current place that I called home/work. Actually, I have that email saved just to show you all how odd it is. Bear with me as I copy and paste it to the post for your reading delight. Hello, Miss Wallicott. We at the motel are reaching out about a position at our establishment. It's come to our attention that you are seeking full-time employment and have a degree in hospitality. Your credentials are suitable for our needs, and we're curious if you'd be open for a phone interview. The details of the job, along with the salary, can be discussed then. We'll be waiting to hear from you. May the light be with you. Nemen, owner of the motel, and then their phone number. Please understand, I omitted the number for y'all's sake. You have to understand that it's best if you don't know the name or phone number of the motel. It'll be safer that way. At least I think it'll be safer that way. Now I had at that point been desperate for a job. Most of the ones that I had interviewed for were crap, and didn't want to pay me for my qualifications. Which, hey, I understood it was the economy. It was something or another. Well, fine. But I couldn't survive off of what they were paying, so I decided to call the man Mr. Nemen. Worst that could happen was it's a prank. Or the pay was horrible, or the job was undoable. Positives being that I got a job and could afford to pay back some loans that were knocking on past due. So I did what any college graduate who needed a job does. I called. Ring, ring. 2 rings and I heard the receiver pick up and I waited. Hello? An older man's voice sounded through the receiver. Good afternoon. I'm Wallicott. You sent me an email about a position at your motel. I said, halfway holding my breath as I waited for the punchline or answer. Because to be honest, I really didn't think that this was a serious job inquiry. More likely an elaborate prank by someone bored, or one of my sorority sisters. Of course, Miss Wallicott. The old man's voice took on a lighter tone, evidently pleased by my call. Delightful of you to call. I'm Mr. Nemen, the owner of the motel. His raspy voice was becoming less jarring and more jovial by the second. Yes, thank you again for reaching out to me first. Of course, your credentials make you a very promising candidate. Not to mention I have an eye for people, he continued. There was a slight pause on my part and his. It seemed that he had made a joke, but as far as interviewing went, it was a bit odd. Then again, based on his age. He was probably well into his later years. Different generation had far different metrics in terms of what they viewed as appropriate in the workplace. Not losing speed, he continued on. There would be a sign-on bonus, and then a very competitive salary for you. I'm getting too old to manage the motel's daily activities and guest welcoming. You wouldn't be expected to perform any of the cleaning services or laundry, but I would like you to manage the accounting, ordering of supplies, and management of staff. The position itself is a live-in. You'd be expected to stay on the motel's premise. There was a pause and I scrambled to grab my planner. Flipping to the notes section of the planner, I quickly jotted down the information. Did you happen to do some research on our establishment? A little bit, but there wasn't much information to be found. I hope that you would be able to shed some light on the specifics. The motel's a little-known spot. It's not surprising. We've been established since the late 1880s. It's been in the family since then, and we have been servicing the area since that time. It's honestly a beautiful part of the country. You'll be up in the PNW, he said, his voice radiating warmth. My hand stilled. That was one of the factors that I hadn't completely mulled over. I was located on the East Coast, and I had to head all the way to the West Coast, leaving everything and everyone that I knew. But at the same time, this was the first job that actually left me in charge of a property, rather than being in the beck and call of someone else. So after continuing the phone call with the old man, Mr. Nemen, and getting more specifics on the requirement and the salary and sign-on bonus, I found myself calling my parents and letting them know that I had gotten a job, also telling them that I had to move and that it was on the other side of the country. They had been supportive and told me they were proud of me, and I found that I was happy about it all. Packing and moving took a lot less time than I had expected. I managed to pack everything in a week. My whole life sealed up tidily in a week of packing. Mr. Nemen had sent over a welcome package via email that had detailed out a list of specifics that I was to follow, along with rules. That was typical of any job. There were always going to be rules that they wanted you to follow, but these were on a different level of odd. These are the rules as listed to me. 1. Never follow a guest into their room. Contact housekeeping if they need help. 2. Be sure to never tell the guest your first name. They should refer to you simply by your surname. 3. Always keep the key ring on your person as you move about the motel. It's best if they are kept on silver chain and either tucked into your pocket and fastened to a belt loop. If you choose to wear a skirt or a dress for the day, they should be attached to a silver ring that can be worn as a bracelet. 4. The motel has a long history of a mascot. The current mascot for the hotel is Graham Cracker, a Great Dane. She had been trained to accompany you throughout the hotel. Please make sure that you have treats on your personage for her. These treats are provided by the motel. 5. Remember to promptly shut the doors of reception at 9 p.m. They are to be open promptly at 8 a.m., Monday through Friday. No guests should be allowed entrance after close or before opening to check into the motel. 6. Do not accept gifts from the guest, under any circumstances. I had looked them over multiple times, both when I first got the email and then throughout the flights. I tried to find some reason for them. I understood the specific check-in times and stay on schedule, along with the other nuanced rule about keeping Graham Cracker happy and accompanying me. That was not a problem. I love dogs, and the fact that I was to be accompanied by one was a bonus. But still, as I read and reread them, I felt an odd sense of dissonance. However, I still found myself navigating my way to the motel, seeing as I was heading out to a relatively small town that was located deep into the woods. I had a limited choice of transportation. However, that was also clarified in my welcome package. As I stepped off the second plane, I arrived at the small local airport. I was greeted with a sign that had my name on it, being held by a rather round woman. Now please understand, I'm not judging her by any means. It's just the best way to describe my initial observation of Hilda. She was a hearty, round woman, with shock white hair and a lopsided smile that reminded me of a kid that always had a joke brewing on their tongue. Hilda wore a simple outfit that was rather homely but suited her just fine. The simple dress paired with a jacket that was rather fluffy given the weather, not to mention the muck boots that were paired with long brown wool socks. "Hello," I said softly. She looked up at me. It was then that I noted her one lazy eye that was also a foggy gray, while her other eye was a light blue. I tried not to stare, which was easy enough because she was looking me up and down. This continued for a minute or so, then she finally returned my stare, her good eye piercing as she began to smile, half her lip pulling up into a rather menacing grin at first. "Welcome, dear, to Pine Hollow. How was your flight?" "It was good. Not too much turbulence." She nodded her approval. Then she extended her hand. I looked down at it before taking it with my own. Her handshake was firm and resolute. a stark contrast to her appearance, but it felt normal enough. "You can call me Hilda. I'm a longtime friend of Mr. Nemen, and the owner of the grocery store in town," she explained easily. "Pleasure to meet you, Hilda, and thank you for coming to pick me up. I hope it wasn't too much of an inconvenience." "Don't worry about it. I had some things I had to pick up, and there aren't many people that come and go from the town. If they do, they're mainly guests of Mr. Nemen's establishment. We can't have you catching a ride with them now." She chuckled, releasing my hand as she went to pat my shoulder. Her hand had felt like ice from the handshake alone. Once it touched my shoulder, it felt like my entire arm was going numb. She didn't let it linger for too long, but it was enough that I mentally noted that I shouldn't casual let her touch me. Withdrawing her hand, she tucked the small sign that she had under her arm and led me towards the small baggage claim. The whole airport was quiet, eerily quiet. I tried to not let it bother me. However, it was hard to not notice. The flight I had been on had less than 10 people, 1 flight attendant and 2 pilots, leaving only 7 people actually flying into the airport. Each was odd, and I saw them lined up around the simple yet archaic baggage claim. Hilda's hand touched me yet again, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. Turning, I found the round woman was trying to get my attention. "I'll be over there. I've got to collect my boxes and have them loaded onto the truck. You can't miss me, dear," she explained, all the while pointing towards the double doors that led out into the overcast outdoors. There was a man standing at the door dressed in some dirty overalls, along with a bright orange safety vest that was over top of a warm but worn jacket. He had a wide-set stance and was looking over at Hilda with expectant eyes. Swallowing the lump in my throat and feeling moderately abandoned by Hilda, even though I knew she wasn't my tour guide, the squat and round woman knew that I was there to work for her friend, but she knew, for some reason, that had felt important in the moment. Still ever icy, I raised a hand to pat hers before she drew it away. "Okay, I'll find you once I get my bags." She gave me a lopsided grin and then made her way over to the man without another word. I had to give it to the old gal. She moved quickly, easily covering the distance. Hilda paused, said something to the man, and then they both left the baggage claim area. Now it was me all alone with the 7 other people from my flight. Taking a deep breath, I made my way over toward the baggage claim. I had already shipped some other things to the motel, but I still had brought 2 suitcases and a carriage-on and bag. There was no way that I could part with all my things, nor did I have any intention of putting them into a storage container. The idea of locking my stuff up hadn't sat well with me. I had opted only to get a storage container for the big stuff, but at the moment, I wish I had packed lighter and could remove myself from these odd people. Standing apart from the group, I surveyed them, coming up with ideas about them. The oddest was a girl that looked even more out of place than me. She was standing next to a man that was dressed head to toe in black. Black suit, paired with an even darker black bow tie. He was wearing black framed sunglasses and his hair was slicked back. His age was hard to tell, but he had to be at least a good 10 years older than the girl. She was dressed head to toe in what could only be described as a clubbing outfit. Her short black dress barely covered her butt. She was standing in pinpoint thin red stilettos. Her bleach blonde hair styled in an updo that displayed her very surgically done face. She was smiling as she took a video of the 2 of them, the man looking as if he couldn't care less about it all, but still he was being a good sport and allowing her to take the video. Her head whipped around and we made eye contact, and I felt a sinking feeling in my stomach at the contact, but she gave me a beaming smile and a light wave before she continued to record. Exhaling, I tried to quell the unease, but I locked eyes with another passenger. It was a younger boy that was standing next to an older woman, who I assumed was his grandmother, or maybe his mother. She both appeared older, but relatively young enough to have a child of about 10 or so. The boy had an intensity to him that turned my stomach, more than the girl. He seemed small for his age, but his eyes held mine without flinching. You know that spine-tingling, pricking sensation that crawls up your skin? The last vestige of your reptilian brain that tells us we're in danger? That's what I felt as I looked into the mismatched hazel and black eyes of the boy. I broke eye contact first, as the rickety sound of the baggage claim rumbled to life, blessed by the luggage gods themselves. My bags were the first that the ancient machine spat out. Quickly moving forward, I grabbed the 2 suitcases from the luggage rack. The black bags, thankfully, looked intact, and the locks that I had secured to them untampered with. Ducking my head, I made my way towards the doors that Hilda had vanished out of, all the while feeling eyes bore into my back. The crisp air seemed to whisper across my skin as I exited. It was chilly to say the least. I had dressed warmly anticipating it, but the cold was new, and I wasn't quite sure I'd warmed to it, as I had been assured by Mr. Nemen. At the very least, the brisk air had driven away the stifling feelings of the eyes. I felt sick at the thought of being around those people for any longer. Call it a gut feeling, but something was off with them. I found Hilda quickly. It wasn't hard. She had a big truck parked outside the small airport area. The man that she had followed was still chatting with her. He had a clipboard in hand and was making some notes. Before handing it to Hilda, she took it and signed it without fuss. She looked up after she handed it back to the man, her eyes cutting towards me, as if she knew that I was standing there. She gave me another one of her lopsided grins, as the man turned his head to look in the direction that she was looking. He seemed a man of few words. He tilted his head to me, then made his way back towards the airport, but he moved towards a different entrance, one that appeared to be set aside for staff. Even if the airport was measly in size, the still had an employees-only entrance that had to count for something. I made my way to Hilda, who was already lifting the back of the truck door. Peering inside, I noticed all the boxes that had different labels. Some said produce and so on and so forth. She reached out and took one of the suitcase handles and easily lifted it up and into the bed of the truck. Then she grabbed the other. I quickly grabbed the smallest one, feeling rather bad that I had let her do all the lifting. "That everything?" she asked as I placed the small suitcase next to the other 2. "Yes, thank you." "Good, then let's set off. We don't want to keep the staff waiting too long. Because it's Saturday, there wouldn't be any check-ins. But the housekeeping staff is bare bones, and it'll give you some time to settle in," she explained brightly. "Did you work at the motel?" I asked before I could stop to consider my words, my curiosity getting the better of me. She paused, but then threw a glance over her shoulder at me. "I'd say helped out rather than worked," she laughed, before continuing forward and heading towards the front of the truck. Casting a final glance back towards the airport, there was a tugging feeling in the pit of my stomach, as if something was telling me to head back, but the allure of job stability made me swallow that fear and get into the truck. The truck rumbled to life as Hilda twisted the key into the ignition. A steady rattling started as the heat began to sputter to life. It seemed like it wasn't going to, but then it gave another rattling cough, and the soft, steady waves of heat began radiating from the vents. I leaned back into the seat, finding the seatbelt and quickly buckling myself in. Hilda did the same as she locked hers into place and began to ease the truck forward as we made our way around the loop. As we drove past the airport, I noticed that the few people that had been on the airplane with me were trickling outside. They all looked up as we drove past them. I found myself instinctively raising my hand to wave. There was something eerie about the way they all stood there, without blinking, watching me. Swallowing my fear, I noticed that the little boy was the only one that was waving back at me and giving me a wide smile. A pang of nerves shot through my stomach, and I quickly lowered my hand and pressed my head into the back of the headrest, refusing to keep looking at the sight. "Are you cold, dearie?" Hilda asked. Her voice drew me out of my thoughts, and I turned my eyes towards the woman. There was something nagging about her as well, but I was just glad that we were making our way to the motel, away from the people at the airport. I just needed to settle in, and I'm sure the nerves would go away. "Probably," I murmured to the woman. She nodded her head and then reached up with one of her hands and pushed the vent that was fanning her with the delicious heat towards me. The extra heat did relax me some, and I nuzzled slightly deeper into my jacket. "Thank you." "Of course, I can't have you freezing before you get to your post. It would be a shame to lose you when you've already come this far," she said jovially. Although her words were odd and I was feeling overwhelmed, I tried not to think about it. Pulling out my phone from my purse, I took it off airplane mode and sent a quick message to my mother, letting her know that I had made it safely through my second flight. The message had taken a moment to send. The message spun as if it were trying to send before it gave me the error that it was undeliverable. Looking at my bars, I noticed that I didn't have a single one. I'm only able to even write this because I'm attached to the motel's Ethernet line. Tucking the phone back into my purse, I tried to settle in for the drive, and between the steady rambling of the truck and the bone-numbing heat that seemed to seep into my lethargic muscles, I don't even remember falling asleep. But at some point I must have, because the next thing I heard was the high-pitched whine of the air brakes, startling me to alertness. Whipping up, I hastily turned my head every which way, blinking rapidly, trying to will the sleep from my eyes. Everything came back into focus slowly. The steady hum of the truck is what I registered first, as the lights from the well-lit street nearly blinded my shell-shocked eyeballs. Looking to my left, I found that I was still next to Hilda. Her face brought a profound sense of relief, as the reality of my situation came to fruition. I had chosen to leave everything that I knew and was comfortable with to come to this remote motel. A sigh of relief left my mouth as I swallowed down my anxiety. Hilda grinned at me, exposing her pearly white teeth. It caught me off guard how clean and pristine they were. She reached out and patted my arm. The warmth of the truck did nothing to prevent the icy shock of her touch. It felt like I had come in contact with a freezer. "Welcome to the motel," Hilda said gleefully as she twisted her key from the ignition. My eyes finally adjusted to the bewildering light took in the motel. The picture on Google hadn't done it justice. I had expected a run-show, nearly dilapidated hole in the wall. What greeted me was anything but that. The light that had nearly blinded me gave way to a massive structure that was the motel. It was long, but also tall. It sported a 2-story entrance house. Or lodge, might have been more accurate. It was wooden, but it looked sturdy. Rich undertones of umber and amber glinted in the dark between logs that made up the structure. 2 huge wooden doors that had carvings that were nearly too delicate to see from my vantage point inside of the truck. Each door had been fitted with a window that was nearly half of the doors. Within the wooden logs, I could make out neat windows that were across the front side. Stretching out from behind the main structure were long corridors that seemed to connect from the sides of the main house. Those were a mixture of other material outside of the wood. There were windows that lined the walls of the motel. Similar to the main structure, it was 3 stories high, meaning that it was a typical single-level motel. It was more akin to a nature lodge. The more I looked at it, my stomach did a little flip as I noticed from the far left a window that had a pair of burning red eyes that were staring at me. I nearly jumped in the chair, quickly averting my eyes and then looking back. Confusion colored my mind as the vivid eyes were nowhere to be seen anymore. Sucking in a deep breath, I banished away the unsettling feeling that bubbled in the pit of my stomach. "Let's get you inside." It took a little longer than I anticipated. "We've arrived a little behind schedule," Hilda said, her voice showing a hint of something. She quickly opened the door and scurried around the side of the truck. I followed suit a little slower as I stretched my neck, preparing myself for the cold wind. Mustering up courage, I threw open the door. An icy gale slapped me right across the face. A full-body shiver raked through me. Drawing my bag close, I quickly circled around the truck, just noticing that I was truly out in the middle of nowhere. The sole source of light was the motel that was glittering with lights, and stood almost as a beacon against the inky backdrop of the forest. Hilda had already gotten all 3 suitcases from the back, and was halfway to the entrance as I was just coming up to the suitcase she had left for me. Her stout form was bathed by the light. She cast a shadow longer than I thought one her size could take up. She was nearly at the door, but her shadow seemed to stretch nearly to the truck that was parked probably 30 feet from the entrance. Grabbing my bag, I quickly ambled after her. The door had a great big handle that had an ancient-looking keyhole. Without hesitation, Hilda whipped out a set of keys. The soft loop caught the light, and I could see its silver glow. Reaching out, she waved a black fob across an unnoticed pad, and the door opened automatically. I marveled for a second at the rather advanced system given its status as an older motel. Quick as a tick, Hilda crossed the threshold and I followed suit. The door began to close as I stepped through it. Then with a firm click, the door locked and I was inside. It was far more orderly than I had anticipated. The interior was clean and rather sleek. It was done in a more earthen tone. Interior browns and neutrals made it pleasant. The reception desk was a little way inside from the doors. It was a rather long desk, with an older styled drawer system that looked like something you'd find at a rural post office. They were each numbered and I could see nearly 100 or more drawers. Outside of that, there was a small seating area by the row window, and then I noticed further down there was actually an elevator. Hilda cleared her throat and I turned to face her. "Sorry, dearie, it looks like you'll have to wait till morning to meet Mr. Nemen. I'll show you to your room. It's past the time for any guests to arrive," she said matter-of-factly. I'd opened my mouth to respond when I heard a knock at the door. Instinctively, I turned towards the sound. I saw 2 people looking at me from the window. It was the odd couple from the airport, the man and the girl. The girl was still looking at her phone. Bitterly, I wondered who her provider was. It seems like I still didn't have any service. The man was the one to knock and I stepped forward, my body moving before my mind. It was rude to leave customers waiting. That was one of the first things that had been drilled into you at school. Always help the guest. I was halfway to the door, the man's eyes looking at me expectantly, when a terrible gripping chill closed around my wrist. Stopping mid-stride, I looked down at my wrist. That was caught like a mouse in the grip of Hilda. She had moved faster than I thought was possible, her grip ironclad and immovable. "Dearie," her voice was low, oddly authoritative. "Do you remember the rules?" Raising her head, she fixed me with her one good eye. It pierced into me, and the rules that I had obsessively read over came thundering to the forefront of my mind. "To promptly shut the door after 9 p.m. No guest can check in after that," I said, reaching into my purse. I fished out my phone, and there it was, in bright digital pixels. The time, 9:10 p.m. It was 10 minutes past close. Not to mention it was the weekend. There weren't supposed to be any check-ins. Biting my lip, I looked at the 2 that were standing outside expectantly. He was still wearing those sunglasses, but I knew. No, I could feel his stare. It seemed to bore into me as he waited. "It's only 10 minutes past. Surely we could let them in." My voice sounded unsure even to my own ears as I remember how much the importance of the rules was stressed in the welcome package. But the training from school pressed against the importance of the rules. I knew in the back of my mind that I didn't know the system yet, nor did I know the specific of the motel, although I had read through and understood the base of the information. I had never done it before. Hilda's grip didn't relent. If anything, it got tighter, and I found the heat leaching out from my body as if someone had split open my vein and was letting the blood run out of me. The rules. Her voice was ironclad and demanded that I listen to her and obey the rules. A loud thump made my heart sputter in my chest as I whirled to look toward the doors. He'd raised his arm and had brought his fist down on the wooden part of the door. His lip was curled up in annoyance, and he repeated, that terrible thumping pounding that made my teeth rattle. "You have to follow the rules, dearie," she hissed. Her voice was low and demanded that I obey. There was a hard edge that said plainly, "Do as I say," or maybe, "Do as the rules say." I felt torn, my stomach churning faster as I tried to breathe through my nose to steady my hands that I felt shaking. The penetrating cold bit into my wrist where she had caught it. It almost felt as if I didn't have a hand anymore. Bang, bang, bang. I couldn't pry my eyes away from her. I knew that logically it was only 10 minutes past, but I also understood that she was not going to let me. I'd have to push her away from myself, and then quickly make it to the door. But was that reasonable? I wrestled with this thought. "I don't know," I stuttered, but with a final thundering bang, I nearly jumped out of my skin. Turning, I found that the man was now nearly frothing at the mouth as he banged. The girl was now looking up from her phone. Her eyes seemed to cut straight into me, and I quickly turned away. I swear I thought I saw something. I still don't know what exactly I saw. Hilda's hand left my wrist, almost as if she knew that I had lost the will to let them in, that I had finally saw her reasoning, for some reason. I felt defeated and then happy I could turn that feeling onto the rules. It was all because of the rules. I had to follow the rules. Did I want to be a rule breaker on not even my first day at the job? "Here, follow me this way, dearie." Hilda's voice was sweet. It had lost the hissing edge, and I glanced up and found her standing with a key in her hand. She also had my other suitcase. I tried to put the banging sound out of my mind. Grabbing my other suitcase, I followed Hilda down the corridor. Even as we moved away from the front door, I could still hear the banging, but I trained my eyes on the smaller woman's back. She didn't say much, and for some reason the silence was stifling. At this point, I wanted her to say anything, to maybe give an explanation to the people outside. There was no explanation, and I stopped as we neared another hallway. This one only had a singular door, and no others. She stopped at the door and it simply had "Manager" as the plate on the door. It didn't have a number, and I felt that was strange. The information packet had said that it was a live-in position, but I had assumed that I would be using one of the rooms. Not that I would have my own personal space on my own separate hallway. She used the key, and it slid into the lock with a resounding click. Leaving it at that, she didn't turn the knob or anything. Hilda had simply released the key and stepped back, leaving my suitcase where she had parked it. "Well, I'll leave you to it. I'll be heading back to my own room now. I don't think I can make it back to the store." She smiled. I just stared at her, trying to think of some words to say in response, but I felt like a fish out of water. "Remember, bright and early tomorrow, the head of housekeeping will be there to help you settle into your post. Remember to lock the door, dearie," she said, her voice soft and welcoming, but I felt a shudder pass down my spine at her intonation. She turned and promptly began to walk down the hallways. It was finally when she was at the end of it that I managed to get my tongue working. "Good night, Hilda. Thank you for the lift here," I called, wincing as I realized I might have shouted too loud given that there were probably other guests that were sleeping. Hilda simply turned and gave me that lopsided smile before she made a left-hand turn and continued down to some unknown room. I turned towards my door and entered. The room opened up to a cute and rather updated apartment, rather than a motel room. It had a kitchen and a couple other doors that were left open. I noted that one appeared to be an office space, and the other 3 doors led to empty rooms, minus the bed in one, and the other led to a rather large bathroom. I nodded my head and quickly fished out my toiletries and brushed my teeth. I'd have to leave unpacking for another day. With that, I retired to the bedroom, and this is where I am writing this because even as I lay here, I can still hear Hilda's voice ringing in my head, repeating the same phrase over and over now. The rules, dearie, along with the steady rhythmic thump 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 of the couple's fist, demanding to be let into the motel. I'm posting this because I'm wondering if anyone else is a manager of a hotel or motel that has strange rules. I'll post more as I settle in and see if the first night jitters go away. Also to update you about if they're still outside in the morning. People at work call me the ninja nurse. I didn't hate the nickname at first. There's something almost dignified about it. Ninjas are disciplined and precise. They're quick and they move without being seen. If you're going to be called something behind your back, you could do worse. But I know why they call me that, and it isn't a compliment. Not really. I wear a scarf that covers the perimeter of my head and neck completely. Over that is a face mask, the kind that leaves only the eyes exposed. And over that, a pair of large, dark sunglasses. It ensures that even my eyes aren't visible to anyone I pass in the corridor. Some of the older staff members nod approvingly. They see me as a devout woman who prioritizes modesty. The other staff, the ones who know me long enough, don't nod approvingly. They remember what I looked like 6 months ago. Full makeup to every shift, foundation, eyeliner, the works. Hair done properly, not just pulled back and hidden. Brows plucked to something I considered perfection. And I wasn't shy to show it off. I had just under 15,000 followers on Instagram. I did post pictures somewhat regularly. Nothing scandalous though. Just a person who liked the way she looked and wasn't shy about it. A person who turned towards cameras, not away from them. In their defense, my transformation happened almost overnight, with no warning or explanation. I haven't shown my face to another human being since. My friends at work have been kind about it. They support me, or they try to. But even they get uncomfortable around my one absolute rule. I never take photographs. Not group shots in the break room, not candid snaps. Not the kind of harmless phone photo you take without really thinking. I see the camera come out and I am already moving. Already raising a hand to cover what is already covered. They find it strange, and I don't blame them. I'm writing this because I need someone to understand. I can't say it out loud, not to them, not for their sake and mine. The least I can do is tell the truth somewhere, even if that somewhere is the internet. I've been a night shift ER nurse at A&A Nightingale Hospital for 7 years. A&A stands for Aldermore and Associates, a multinational corporate consultancy firm. They fund the hospital as part of their corporate social responsibility. The Nightingale part refers to Florence Nightingale, the legendary nurse herself. The administration invokes her image constantly. It is plastered on the walls, referenced in orientation, and woven into every conversation. It is written in guidelines regarding workload and duty, and what it truly means to serve. I used to find it inspiring. I understand now that it was a management technique. You don't complain about extra duties when the ghost of Florence Nightingale is watching you from a framed poster by the door. The hospital charges its patients nothing. Not a single penny, regardless of treatment required. It sustains itself entirely on Aldermore's funding and external donations. As expected, it attracts the poorest and most desperate people in the city. People who have nowhere else to go and nothing to offer, apart from their suffering and their gratitude. It is genuinely a good place to work. The pay is better than any other hospital in the city. The sense of purpose is real. I believed in it for a long time. The night shift has the lowest admissions and the highest deaths. You get used to that arithmetic. You also get used to the other duties that the hospital assigns you with. Yes, there are a number of other duties that come with the job. Duties that nurses usually aren't supposed to do. One of those Florence Nightingale extras that no one agreed to, but everyone performs without question. I won't give you the full list, but I'll tell you about the one that matters. When an unclaimed patient dies, the ER nurses go through their belongings. It is done to establish identity and contact known relatives. It sounds compassionate. In theory, it actually is. In practice, it means going through the pockets of strangers who died alone at 5 in the morning. It means looking for a phone, an ID card, or a scrap of paper with a name on it. We've run out of placeholder names for those who remain unidentified. You know, John Doe and Jane Doe. We exhausted those long ago. The nurses have started using creative names instead, like the man who was found carrying a book on judo. The ER nurse named him Jodo. Jodo and judo. Juvenile humor. The patient died at midnight. The joke lived on for a week. I don't find it funny, but I understand it. The work gets overwhelming, so people cope however they can. 7 years has taught me not to judge the coping. It was on one of those ordinary nights that the first patient arrived. 2 young men carried him in. He was a man in his mid-40s, clearly malnourished. Bald head, long white beard, a torn jacket over a pair of dirty white trousers. His symptoms were unlike anything I had seen before. His chest had a bluish discoloration, spreading from the sternum outward. His eyes were bloodshot, but the hue was wrong. It wasn't the red, but a deep, unsettling blue, like ink dropped into water. He was foaming at the mouth. His fingers were curled inward, all of them, both hands. When I tried to gently straighten them, they refused to move. Not from rigor, not from resistance, just completely impossibly fixed. He was gasping for air with his whole chest and throat working, but producing no sound whatsoever. And every 30 seconds or so, his entire body jolted. It was neither a seizure nor a tremor, but a violent, jerking movement that lasted 2 or 3 seconds before it released. I had never seen this combination before. Not once. I followed protocol and initiated symptomatic management, and within 30 minutes, Dr. Cyrus Malla appeared. I considered myself lucky Dr. Malla is our chief physician. He operates on a schedule, morning rounds and evening rounds. That is generally where his presence in the ER begins and ends. But that night he happened to be in the vicinity, he said, and thought he would look in. He stood at the foot of the bed with his small writing pad, completely still, completely composed. He directed us with a quiet sense of authority. I had always admired that about him, the way nothing ever seemed to rattle him. The patient died in just under 2 hours. Dr. Malla graciously offered to prepare the death certificate himself, a task that normally falls to the junior doctors on duty. I observed him as he wrote down, cause of death, cardiorespiratory failure due to idiopathic cyanotic heart disease. I told him the symptoms seemed unusual. The presentation had been unlike anything in my experience. He took his time to explain it to me. Cyanosis is a lack of oxygen in the blood, which accounts for the blue discoloration. The associated symptoms are the body's response to prolonged oxygen deprivation and poor nutrition, combining with years of inadequate hygiene, can produce presentations that look dramatic on the surface. The findings may look peculiar, he said, but they make complete sense. That is, once you know what you're looking at. He was so knowledgeable, I thought, so composed. I thanked him and went back to work. The two men who had brought the patient knew nothing about him. They had simply found him collapsed and done the decent thing. No ID in his belongings. No phone. I was about to close the jacket when I noticed something in the inside pocket. A crumpled Polaroid. I unfolded it. It was a photograph of me. I was in my bathroom, brushing my hair. The photograph had been taken through the window. I could see the edge of the frame, the angle of the glass. I was completely unaware of the camera. I was just standing there in my bathroom, at what looked like early morning, brushing my hair. I turned it over. Scrawled on the back in a handwriting that looked hurried and slightly uneven. Looks different in real and real. How come? Need answers. My hands were shaking before I realized they were shaking. I looked up at the corridor. Patients, colleagues, the gurney being wheeled toward the morgue. All of it completely normal. All of it completely indifferent to the fact that I was standing there holding a photograph of myself, taken through a window I had never once thought about covering. I pocketed it. I told no one. I finished my shift. I went home and sat on my bed with every light in the apartment blazing. I read those two lines over and over until my eyes burned. Not a threat, not even an acknowledgement that I existed as a person, one with feelings and a life and a right to privacy. Just a question, like I was a problem to be solved. That was somehow the worst part. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't I go to the police? I live in a country where policing is, to put it kindly, a joke. A joke with a long history of punching down, of harassing the very people who come forward, of making the process of reporting a crime feel more shady than committing a crime itself. And even on my best day, what evidence do I have? A crumpled Polaroid found in a dead man's pocket? A note on the back? No suspect? No name? No face? I know what else you're thinking. Install cameras, set up a security system, move apartments. I want you to understand my reality before you finish that thought. I am well paid for my position, better than any other nurse in the city. And I am not ungrateful for that. But I have a brother in college. I have a mother undergoing cancer treatment. I have a father who is quadriplegic and requires a full-time paid caregiver. All three of them are entirely dependent on me. Every penny of what I earn above basic survival goes towards keeping those three people alive and functional. So I couldn't afford a security system, and I could not afford to move. The best I could do was check every lock, every window latch, every corner of every cabinet, over and over, and try to catch a few hours of rest at the hospital, because paranoia had made sleeping at home something close to impossible. 2 nights later, there was another patient. It was a woman, appearing around 50, clearly homeless. A restaurant waiter had found her collapsed on the pavement on his way home. Same symptoms, identical, in every detail. The blue chest, the blue eyes, the foam, the locked fingers, the silent gasping, the jolting. Dr. Mala appeared. He'd been in the building for another patient, he mentioned, and thought he would look in on this one too. I watched him more carefully this time. I saw him click off the stopwatch on his smartwatch when the monitors flatlined. The patient had been with us for 1 hour and 53 minutes. Same cause of death on the certificate. Same wording. He offered to prepare it himself again. I went through the woman's belongings. Tucked into the folds of her clothing was a crumpled Polaroid. This one was taken inside my apartment. I was in my kitchen, facing away from the camera. On the back, in the same bad handwriting. The nose is the first one to catch attention. The nose looks smart. That nose knows stuff. Knows. Knows. And then a bunch of ha-ha-ha's. I found the waiter who had brought her in. He was a young kid, clearly shaken, clearly there because he thought it was the right thing to do. I looked at him carefully for a long moment. He knew nothing. You could tell just by looking at him. I said nothing to anyone. The pattern repeated every 2 to 3 days. Same symptoms, same 2-hour window, same death, same certificate. Dr. Malla had appeared making excuses for his timing. I overheard him telling a junior doctor about a recent surge in cyanotic heart disease cases in the city, something he intended to research properly. He suggested that the ER nurses could serve as data collectors, possibly even co-investigators in the study. He glanced at me as he said it. His gaze used to give me confidence. Now it made my skin crawl in a way I couldn't articulate. I tried to delegate the identity checking to another nurse, but that wasn't possible. I was the senior nurse on the block. Anyone else was already past capacity. It came back to me every time. The third Polaroid showed me checking my front door. It was taken from outside, through the gap under the door or through the letterbox. I still don't know which. I was checking the lock for what must have been the 5th time that afternoon. On the back it said, "Have you seen how a man dies? For the sake of your pretty eyes. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do." The 4th one was taken from across the street while I was waiting for the hospital bus in the early evening. I was standing on the pavement in daylight, surrounded by people. My stalker was across the street holding a camera, and I had no idea. The note on that one read simply, "Lips, lips, lips." Repeated 14 times, I counted. By the time the 5th patient died, I had been living in the hospital for 2 days, sleeping in the nurse's room, eating in the cafeteria, never leaving the building. My colleagues didn't ask. They were too buried in their own work to question it. I think they assumed I was pulling extra shifts for the money. I let them think that. The 5th Polaroid was taken in the ER. I was dozing in my chair between patients, head tipped back slightly, completely unaware. The back of this one said, "That face. Want to keep seeing that face. Will do anything for it. Anything, anything, anything." He had been standing a few feet away from me while I slept, in the building I had retreated to, because I thought it was safe. He had stood there, in the middle of a working hospital, photographed me sleeping and walked out without anyone noticing a thing. That was the one that broke me. I caught Dr. Malla as he was leaving the ER that night. I started to explain. He didn't let me finish. Such matters were outside his jurisdiction, he said. He recommended I contact the hospital's Code of Conduct hotline. He gave me the number and walked away. I called it from the nurse's room at 2:30 in the morning. A man answered. His voice was warm, measured, and professionally calm, the kind of voice that is specifically trained to make people feel heard. I don't remember everything I said. I know the call lasted 16 minutes because I checked afterward. I know most of it was me talking, barely coherent. I know that my tone probably wasn't professional, and I know that I was getting everything out, in whatever order it came. He didn't interrupt me. He didn't redirect me. He just listened. When I finally ran out of words, he said, "HR block, top floor. I'll be there in an hour." It was 3 in the morning. I went there anyway. The HR block was empty. Dark corridors, locked offices. The particular silence of a building that isn't meant to be occupied at this hour, except for one light at the far end of the corridor, and a voice I recognized from the phone telling me to come in. The man introduced himself as Rafiq. He wore a pale shirt with the sleeves rolled exactly twice. He looked barely 30, but he carried himself with the settled authority of someone who knows his place. His staff pass looked different than mine. It identified him as an Aldermore employee, not a hospital one. He told me to take a seat. He asked to see the Polaroids. He examined them for 5 full minutes without speaking. Then he looked up. "So the patients who carry these Polaroids, they all present similarly, you say?" "Not similarly, identically. Symptoms unlike anything I've seen in 7 years. The bluish chest, the blue eyes, and the fingers." Fingers curled inward, foaming at the mouth, gasping without sound, full body convulsions at irregular intervals. I stopped. Yes, exactly, but how did you... You didn't finish your thought, young lady. Was there something else you wanted to tell me? Something else about these patients? I steadied myself. Well, the gender varies. We've had 3 men and 2 women so far. All of them appear to be... age between 40 and 50. All of them coming from the slum. The one in the northern part of the city. The room felt very still. Yes, I said. But I never told you... Rafiq stood up. You've had a long night. Get some sleep. Your problem will be taken care of. You have my word. He smiled. It was a warm, genuine smile. He then walked out of the cabin, at a pace that suggested he had somewhere more important to be. I sat there for a long time after he left. Something kept bothering me. Not that he knew the symptoms before I described them, not that he knew the demographics before I mentioned them, but the fact that he knew where the patients were coming from. I never gave him that. I just couldn't do it, even if I wanted to, because I never had that information. In fact, no one in the hospital has that information, as far as I know. Looking back, I didn't know a lot of things. The month that followed was genuinely a breath of fresh air. No more Polaroids. The patients with the strange symptoms kept arriving, but less frequently. We only had 3 in the 30 days that followed. Dr. Mullah quietly ensured they were routed to a different block, one I was not responsible for. From a distance, I could still see him, standing at the bedside with his writing pad and his stopwatch, but he no longer looked at me while he did it. I started sleeping at home again. I started feeling like myself again. Or something close to it. I wish that was the end of the story. Instead, it led to the part that I can't share with people around me. It was the season of Eid. The hospital had given most of the staff an extended holiday, retaining only a skeleton crew for essential services. My roster fell on the second night. It was just me and a duty doctor, who had been yawning since the moment he arrived. My block was, for the first time in a long time, genuinely quiet. A few patients were in their beds, none in critical condition, the kind of night that feels like the hospital is exhaling. The doctor excused himself for a coffee break sometime after midnight. He soon disappeared through the double doors. I was considering a coffee break myself. The quiet was making me drowsy. That's when the ER door slammed open. Something barely resembling a human stepped inside. It was a man, or at least it used to be one. He was bare from the waist up. His jeans were covered in dried blood, brown and stiff. Not fresh. He was drooling from the corner of his mouth. His chest was indrawing sharply with every breath, the effort of it visible across the whole rib cage. He was making a sound in his throat, not a groan, not a word, but something more animal than either. His eyes were bloodshot, but the color wasn't red. It was green, a deep, flat, impossible green. His chest had a large, irregular patch of the same color, spreading from the sternum. Beneath the skin I could see the outline of vessels, dark green and prominent, tracing a path toward a pulsating area at the center of his chest. I could see the outline of his heart through the surface of his skin. It was still beating, and everything surrounding it was the wrong color. His fingers curled and uncurled randomly with every step. His limbs were twitching, like a signal firing without a target. He staggered towards me. Every step looked like the last one he would manage, looking like he was about to fall. But he never fell, and through all of it, through the drool and the growling and the green, he was trying to smile at me. Real and real, he said. Different indeed. Wanted answers. I just wanted some answers. I screamed. I don't remember deciding to. It just came out of me, sharp and involuntary. I was already on my feet, already stepping backward. He stopped. "Is that fear?" he said. "Or is that care?" My right hand picked up a scalpel from the nearest Mayo stand. I braced myself with the only weapon I could find. He placed his hand on his chest, over the pulsating outline. "Don't worry, this one's different. Takes its time, like a body decomposing while the mind is alive." He laughed. It was sudden, genuine, and hysterical. What a joke. My back had found the corner of the room before my mind realized it. I had nowhere to go. I clenched the scalpel as tightly as I could. "The eyes," he said quietly. "The ears, the nose, the lips." Then he vomited. A pool of dark red blood hit the floor and spread. He looked down at it, chuckled, and raised his eyes to mine. Blood still running from the corner of his mouth. Green eyes fixed entirely on me. "The face." He ran at me. Not staggering, but running. Frantic and lurching. Twisted fingers reaching forward. Green eyes wide. Entirely focused on me. I pressed myself into the corner and screamed with everything I had. His body hit me with its full weight. I noticed it was less weight than I expected, and getting lighter. He slid against me and dropped down slowly, barely conscious, barely holding his eyes open. His breathing had changed. It was shallower, getting further apart. The weight made me crumble to my knees. He grabbed my elbow with his right hand, but the grip was much feebler than I expected. His body jolted for a couple of seconds. He looked up at me, at my face to be exact. Just looked for a long moment, with something in his expression, something that I cannot name and do not want to. He gasped, "Finish it, please." In one movement, I drove the scalpel into the pulsating outline of his heart. I don't know what came over me, and I don't know where it came from. His eyes closed. A single tear ran down the side of his face. He was smiling. I only remember fragments of what came after. Staff flooding the block, voices that I recognized, Dr. Mala arriving within minutes, as though he'd been waiting nearby, something putting a hand on my shoulder, the floor tilting slightly, and then as my vision began to narrow and darken at the edges, I saw Rafiq standing at the far end of the ER. Then there was nothing. The official account read something like this: a potentially schizophrenic patient, also suffering from cyanotic heart disease, arrived at the ER in a state of acute delirium. He attacked the duty nurse without provocation. The nurse defended herself. The patient died despite the hospital's best efforts. An external police investigation confirmed it. The security guard had been asleep on the job and was terminated. The duty doctor had stepped out for a coffee break and was therefore not present. The ER security cameras experienced a technical malfunction, beginning approximately 4 minutes before the patient's arrival. It was an open and shut case, which was closed in a week. I read through the clinical notes. There was no mention of green discoloration anywhere in the documentation. Description of the deceased read like a textbook. Presentation of cyanotic heart disease. Possible undiagnosed psychiatric condition, typed in bold. It also said that a small amount of blood was vomited following the stab wound. The cause of death, signed by Dr. Cyrus Mala, was precisely what you would expect it to be. A certain Mr. Rafiq had signed the document as an unbiased witness to the events. There were patients in other blocks of the ER that night, the ones resting in their beds, and the ones who had been awake, the ones who had seen the green and had rushed me after the attack. But I couldn't find a single one of them. Never again. They were poor people, possibly homeless, unregistered and untraceable. Gone with the wind, as people from that part of the city tend to be. There were 2 nurses who had been staffing the adjacent blocks that night. I was told that they resigned within the week, citing unsafe working conditions. I tried calling them several times. Their phone numbers are no longer in service. I was given 30 days of paid leave. Full salary, no questions asked. Not once in those 30 days did anyone contact me to take a statement. The hospital took care of it, I was told. That's why I cover my face, and that is why I don't take photographs. I have theories about all of it, about what was really happening in that hospital, about what the patients were dying from, about what Aldermore is actually using the building for, about what Rafiq's role in all of this truly is. I would like to discuss those theories with someone. I really do. Been carrying them alone for 6 months, and trust me, they're getting heavy. But I really have to go now. My shift starts soon, and the workload hasn't gotten better. If anything, it has been increasing steadily over the past few weeks, ever since the epidemic of cyanotic heart disease has returned to the city. But this time, the patients are no longer presenting with blue discoloration. They are presenting with pitch black, and they are no longer taking 2 hours to die. The current average is 22.5 minutes. I know the exact figure. Thanks to Dr. Mala, he still times every single one of them, right in front of me. He stopped hiding it a long time ago. Hey everyone, and welcome to another 2 hours of scary stories. I hope you all enjoy them. Not too long ago, we tested out a video where we didn't have any mid-roll ads. You seemed to like that one a lot, so I thought we would go ahead and do it again. There were a ton of comments offering up advice. There was one in particular that stuck out to me, and I just wanted to propose it to all of you. The comment basically said, since I have these intros on every single video, why not just place one ad right after the intro, and then you have 2 hours of uninterrupted stories. No ads, nothing to wake you up, just narration for 2 hours, plenty of time to get comfortable. You don't have to skip through any ads, nothing. I thought it was a great middle ground. That way I'm still earning something off of these videos, and it'll be a far better listening experience for all of you. I think it makes the most sense. Of course, I do want all of your feedback on this. It is your feedback that led me to here. It is your feedback that will influence how we move forward, as it's always been. If you do enjoy this video, please be sure to drop a like rating, subscribing, commenting, sharing it around. All of that is very much appreciated as well. Let's see if we can reach 800 likes on this one. I know that's a pretty high goal, but the last one did hit that, so I think we could do it. Sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax. Enjoy these 2 hours of uninterrupted scary stories right after the ad break. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. I was broke as shit. Flatlined financially, emotionally, existentially. Whether by poor choices in my youth or plain old shit luck. Life spat me out straight from high school and onto the streets. Drugs followed, rehab, the relapse. I drifted from couches to shelters to squatting in abandoned homes. Steady income? Never heard of it. So when I saw the email, I almost deleted it without reading. I figured it was just another rejection for one of my poorly written job applications until the header caught my attention. Dinner with me for $50,000. I'm not exactly attractive. Even before addiction wrecked the few good features I had, I didn't have much going for me. My eyes had sunk into my skull like they wanted to disappear. My skin had forgotten what hydration felt like. So this email? Ridiculous. I had no looks, no resume, no justification for being chosen. But I'd just left a shelter, and 50 grand was a dream bigger than anything I'd ever held. So I read on. It was from a domain I'd never seen before. Shepard K at SNKCompunctionFirm.com. The message read, "Dear recipient, I trust this message finds you well. I invite you to join me for dinner at... This is not a romantic offer. You will be compensated handsomely for your time, provided you adhere to the following terms. Remain for the full meal until I pay the bill and escort you out. Do not pay for anything yourself. Wear formal attire. If you don't own a suit, one will be provided at the entrance. It will fit. Any breach will void all compensation. To accept, reply. A time and date will be sent. To decline, disregard this message. Did it seem insane? Absolutely. But desperation makes fool of us all. The kind of fool that doesn't ask for explanation. Just a fork and a seat. So I replied, "Hello, Shepherd. Thank you for your generous offer. I accept your terms and will be there. May I ask a few questions about this proposition? Again, thank you." I didn't expect a response. Maybe a phishing scam, maybe nothing, but seconds later a reply came. Monday at 6 p.m. at... Questions may be asked at dinner. Thank you for your cooperation. More cryptic BS. That's when I gained the smallest amount of common sense and decided to look into whoever this guy was. This was clearly his business email, so I googled the domain. S&K Compunction Firm. I was expecting some big group of lawyers off the name alone, but nope. No law firm. Just a single office tucked in a strip mall. No products, no services. Just a photo of the branch manager, despite the fact that the office barely looked big enough for 2 people, and the title implied multiple locations, yet I couldn't even find a second one. What did they do? Solutions? No specifics, just that one word. I thought about backing out, probably should've, but when you've got nothing left, hesitance starts looking like a luxury. I had nothing to lose, so I took the chance. Between drug-filled stupors and getting my butt kicked once or twice, Monday crept up on me like bruises do. Slow, unseen, then sudden. I didn't have anything formal, so I threw on the only white button-up shirt I owned and some gray slacks. Both had stains I couldn't explain, and no iron had graced their surfaces in years. Still, they were the fanciest clothes I had. None of it mattered. The second I hobbled into the restaurant, the greeter, if you could even call them that, handed me a dry clean suit without a word and pointed to the bathrooms. I took the hint. The suit seemed expensive, real Men's Warehouse type stuff. It fit perfectly, just like the email said. Too perfectly, actually. The cuffs landed exactly at my wrist bone. The collar rested like it knew my neck's shape already. I didn't have the time or money to question it. I walked back out. The place had a strange charm. Soft lighting spilled across tablecloths and smooth pools of warmth. Ornate picture frames lined the walls, filled with abstract paintings that felt a bit too familiar. Wood trim hugged every surface. Big, glittery curtains hung heavy like a wedding reception. It smelled like artificial plants and faded fabric. Soft jazz floated through the air and brushed against my ears. As I scanned the room, I realized something unsettling. When I first walked in, there were at least 4 tables of people laughing and enjoying themselves. It had been noisy and lively, but now, silent, empty, like a bell had rung that only I hadn't heard. Just a few bartenders, the mute greeter, the one bald man in a suit eerily similar to mine. I already knew who he was. His photo was the only thing of note I'd found when looking up the domain. The branch manager. I approached his table and, before I could ask if he was expecting me, he gestured to the chair across from him. He was an older man, maybe 50, with sad, droopy eyes. His nose was so thin and pointy it looked like a shark's fin. He seemed to have no nostrils at all. His jowls fluttered slightly as he spoke in a soft, low tone. "Thank you for coming, young man. It's good to finally see you," he said, extending an arm for a handshake. I tried my best to sound steady and firm, despite my rising anxiety. "Thank you, sir." The conversation that followed was surprisingly pleasant. The food was better than almost anything I had ever had, decadent and strangely nostalgic, as if it had been made just for me. He asked about my childhood, my current working conditions, and my family life. Most of these memories weren't pleasant, but it felt good to have someone simply listen. I reached a point where I started letting my guard down. He never interrupted, never judged, just watched. Then he got serious. He grabbed my wrist just as I lifted my fork. His grip was ice cold but steady, and his tone dropped. "What is something you wish you had never done?" "What?" I was shocked by his sudden seriousness. He didn't respond. He just stared, still and waiting. I swallowed. "I stole from my mom when she was dying. I was supposed to take care of her and protect her, but I spent her money on the stuff she told me to quit." A waitress appeared silently, depositing a small porcelain bowl before me. Inside sat a single seared scallop resting on a streak of bright red pepper collies, its color staining the white plate like the shame I carried. The scallop's tender flesh gave way to a flash of heat, a reminder that some wounds never fully heal. A whisper of lemon zest lifted the flavors. He nodded, no judgment in his eyes, only something quietly accepting, then stood and excused himself to the restroom. As he left, I took a breath and tried to shake off the moment. Then I noticed it. The chandelier above us had one more bulb, just one. The light it cast bent slightly at the edges, stretching the shadows under our plates. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. Back to normal. Mostly. The jazz had slowed by a fraction. Notes now lingered a second longer than they should. He returned looking subtly altered. His right side appeared younger and tighter. The left side remained unchanged. A crease near his mouth had vanished, and his smile felt less weighted. He asked again gently, "What's the kindest thing you've ever done?" I told him about a homeless kid I had let sleep in my car on a freezing night. I didn't know his name and didn't want anything from him. I just locked the doors and stayed up until morning in case someone tried anything. While his gaze lingered, another course arrived. A hollowed apple cradled a warm, butternut squash soup, its sweetness tempered by sage oil. The apple's crisp rim framed the velvety broth, echoing the way I had sheltered that boy from the cold. Each spoonful felt like a soft promise of safety in a world so devoid of it. This time, as he listened, something in his face responded. His left eye seemed brighter, and the left side softened. He looked younger somehow. Maybe the light was playing tricks, or maybe the room had grown darker. He asked another question. "What's the worst lie you've ever told?" I hesitated. I had promised myself I would never recall this memory, yet I felt compelled to tell the old man. "When someone close to me overdosed, I could have saved them. I saw them but was frozen in fear, thinking I could be just like them. When the police came, I told them he was already gone when I got there." He nodded again. Still no judgment, just listening. I'm not sure how, but as I spoke, a new course appeared. A translucent steamed dumpling sat alone, its skin almost too delicate to touch. The moment I pierced it, a smoky chili broth gushed out. scorching my tongue with the sting of my lies. The gentle wrapper dissolved into nothing, leaving only the burn of a secret I thought I'd buried permanently. Then he stood and walked away, slower this time. His chair creaked slightly as he rose, and the floor beneath it curved outward in a way that made no physical sense. As I waited, I saw the wallpaper behind the bar begin to bubble faintly, like heat was pressing against it from inside. The curtains seemed heavier. The picture frames on the wall had begun to tilt, each at a different angle. Not much, but enough to notice. Enough to make you wonder. The waitstaff didn't change plates. The glasses refilled themselves, and I started noticing something impossible. Everyone in the room had his face. Not exactly, but similar. Like a family of clones degraded with each repetition. The bartender blinked with one bulging eye, and the hostess's smile sagged like melting wax. When he came back, the distortion had grown wider. His jaw was uneven. One side shriveled, the other taut as barbed wire. The contrast on his face was more than physical now. It radiated something deeper, like halves of a personality that couldn't agree. He sat, scanning me as if measuring the weights behind my silence. I wasn't sure if he was evaluating my soul or just admiring the way panic settled into the corners of my posture. His voice arrived softly, almost reverent. "What memory do you miss the most?" It took me a moment, not because I didn't know, but because I was afraid to admit how fragile the truth had become. "I used to swim in Lake Michigan every summer," I said slowly, "with friends. We'd throw ourselves off docks and scream about sea monsters and cold sandwiches. It was stupid, but I felt safe, like I didn't owe anything to anyone." Shepard's good eye glistened. A tear formed and trailed down the brighter side of his face. It lingered at his chin and disappeared into the folds. The darker side remained unflinching, its socket almost hollow now. I stared at him, unsure whether to thank him or run. He didn't speak. He just stood, his movements slower this time, calculated, weighty. The chair creaked like it hated being left alone. The bathroom break felt longer. The silence thickened, and the music was barely audible. The overhead lights dimmed again, and this time they pulsed faintly. One of the picture frames fell sideways. The bartender wiped the same spot over and over, face devoid of emotion, eye bulging slightly. The wallpaper near the entrance was peeling, tiny tendrils reaching outward like roots. A fly circled the wine glass beside my plate but never landed, looping endlessly. I felt my chest tighten. Shepard returned. This time he didn't sit. He loomed. His face was wrong. The symmetry had given up. One eye bulged fully, twitching in quick spasms. The other was practically sunken. His mouth hung slightly open, but no breath escaped. He said nothing for several seconds, just watched me, then finally, "Would you like dessert?" I stood almost instinctively. "I think I need the bathroom," I said. He nodded slowly. "Take your time." The restroom was too quiet, the mirror too clean. I leaned forward expecting to see my own ruin reflected, but instead behind me in the mirror, Shepard waited. Not in the room, but in the reflection. His body was stretched, taller than before, suit shimmering like the surface of a pond. He smiled, both eyes twitching violently. I didn't scream or move. I just stepped back out, numb. The dining room was nearly gone. The walls had peeled upward toward the ceiling. Tables melted into spiraled masses of dark wood and cloth. The floor rippled like liquid stone. The curtains had vanished entirely. leaving a strange static haze where windows had once been. Shepard stood at the center, calm. "You've done well, young man," he said. "Repentance is never easy. The hardest part is accepting that you are no longer part of the world you knew." My knees threatened to give out. I wanted to argue, to scream, to run, but nothing in my body responded the way it used to. Everything had slowed except him. "What do you mean?" I managed to ask. He smiled gently like a father comforting a child who had just asked the final fated question. "This meal," he said, "is not payment. It's passage." "No," I whispered. "I walked here. I remember the shelter, the email." "You remember the drug," he said, cutting gently across my denial. "And the stall in the diner. You remember how cold the tile was. You remember how long it took for someone to find you." I shook my head as if it might rattle the truth loose, but it didn't help. My legs wouldn't move. "All we offer," he continued, "is a moment, one last conversation, one last taste, one last confession." The last of the room flaked away like ash in the wind. The table in front of us dissolved into nothing. Steam hissed upward from cracks in the floor that hadn't been there seconds before. Shepard extended his hand again. The suit he wore shimmered strangely, colors shifting like moonlight on ocean currents. Patterns swirled across the threads. Faces, maybe, or shadows. I couldn't be sure. "You did well," he said quietly. "You were honest. That's all we ask." I felt tears on my cheek, though I didn't know how they got there. "What happens now?" Shepard looked over his shoulder. Behind him, the restaurant was finally gone. In its place, a hallway of shifting doors. Some open, some pulsing with warm light. Others dimmed and sealed. "Now," he said, "you choose." You've seen my books. No, I'm not going to tell you which books, nor who I am, so don't ask. I assure you, though, if you're a big reader, or even a sort of reader, then you've probably read or at least heard of some of my stuff. My stuff in the hypothetical sense of the phrase. As the title says, I was never actually the one who wrote my books. Again, don't ask me who really did. Not because of privacy or theft laws or anything. I just don't know. I used to be a plumber of all things. Not the most glamorous of professions, but it paid pretty well. Seeing how almost nobody wanted to do it. My dad trained me right out of high school, and pretty soon I'd saved enough to move to my own apartment. A few years later, I decided I may as well sell my soul and get locked into a mortgage, because at least then the rent money wouldn't be going to waste. The idea was to get a few roommates and have them pay for my house instead. But I'm a private person. It's not that I liked living alone per se, but I never had many friends growing up. I didn't know who to invite to the other rooms, and the idea of strangers moving in with me. I read. That's what you do when you're 26 and you don't have friends. You read books and pretend you do have friends. And when you finish one book and realize you're still alone, you pick up the next one. It's a bit like alcohol. You have to drink another glass in the morning to recover from the damage of the glass from the night before. Except, nobody ever applauds you for getting drunk as a hobby the way they do for reading. If that all sounds like a terribly depressed way to view life, well, it's probably because I was. However you want to say it. I was in what you might call a drought period. One of those times when you read something exceptional the month before and now you can't find anything that compares to it. I tried a few series, but nothing piqued my interest, and I'd all but given up. Resorted to watching Friends for the 30th time instead. That's when I found the basement. Basement is a strong word. Crawl space is more accurate. I was pulling up the carpeting in one of the guest rooms during some renovations, and there it was. A flat door with a brass handle on the closet floor. Like any new homeowner, I opened it and hopped down. Rot and mildew and something metallic, all bundled into one scent. Maybe a cat had died here. It was 4, possibly 4.5 feet tall. I had to stoop all the way over to shuffle forwards. I was barely 10 steps in when it appeared on the ground. A stack of papers. They weren't in any sort of an envelope, no rubber band holding them together, or even a staple. About 20 sheets were stacked one on top of another, perfectly white as if they'd just come from the printer, even though nobody had been down there for years judging from the age of the carpet. The passage ended a little after that, so I grabbed the papers, climbed out, and closed the trap door. It wasn't until that night, when I'd finished tearing out the carpet and the emptiness of the house was getting to me, that I actually stopped to read the papers. The story on them. I was enthralled. I didn't move until I'd finished them, but each word, each sentence gripped me and dragged me in. It was real. That's what it felt like. The story on the paper was reality, and my life was the fake thing made of ink. If only I could keep reading. I could keep living, and... I turned the last page. The story stopped mid-sentence. I flipped through the pages over and over, hoping somehow I'd missed a page, that there was more. I reread the entire thing. Then again, then again. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning I called in sick. I paced the house. I tried watching TV. I tried reading, but nothing worked. I was obsessed. I had to finish the story, but the ending didn't even exist. After 2 days of this, I'd had enough. I'll bury it, I thought. I'll bury it, and my mind will accept it's over. Instead of digging a hole, though, I went back to the crawl space. I would leave it where I found it, and try to forget the story. When I went back down, a fresh stack of pages awaited me. That's how it started. New pages wouldn't appear until the old ones were read. But that was no problem. I read them with a savage hunger, chapter after chapter. I called in sick to work again, but when my dad tried to come visit, I told him not to, that he'd only get sick. I read for hours and hours, taking trips back down to the crawl space where new pages would await me each time, until finally it was finished. The end. I popped down one more time, just to see if there was some sort of an epilogue, but the crawl space was empty. The story was over. For weeks I searched online for clues about who had written the story. Nothing came up. I reached out to the past owner of the house. "There's a crawl space?" they asked me. We never knew. I sat on the books for weeks and weeks, obsessed but resolved to give it up, to put it past me. Eventually I reached out to some literary agents. One more sip of alcohol to cure the hangover. From what I hear, it takes months and months of waiting to hear back after you reach out to agents. The ones I reached out to took days. Each of them requested to read the whole book, and each one of them offered me contracts within the weeks. "You're the best writer I've ever signed," said the agent I went with. I didn't correct her. Publishing went much the same. It should have taken months. Within weeks I had signed with a major publishing house. The editing process that should have taken months took days. "I can't imagine changing a word of this," my editor told me. "You're an amazing writer." I said nothing. Most authors face mediocre success at best. The ones you hear about, those are the exceptions. For every career author, There's 100 authors that never make back their advance. That should have been my expectation, but even then I knew. I knew something was different about this book. Not just the way I'd found it, but the things it did to me. To others. It was enthralling in the way a blind kitten crawling towards a cliff is enthralling. Once you glance at it, you can't look away. Sure enough, it was a bestseller. It won awards. I earned back my advance in weeks. They invited me to talk shows and conventions, but I declined them all. Don't get used to this, I told myself. It was one book. It wasn't even yours. The inflow of money was great. Fantastic, really, but I didn't quit my regular job. It wasn't like I'd be writing another book and eventually everybody would calm down. They'd forget about my book and I'd be forgotten. The friends would stop calling. Things would go back to normal. And then one night when I couldn't sleep, after I'd spent hours staring up at the ceiling of my lonely bedroom, I went back down. Some deep, slumbering part of me had already known they'd be there. The new pages. That was how it had worked the first time after all. I had to read the pages for new ones to appear. It made sense. I would have to publish the last book for a new one to appear. I read the new chapters. I visited the crawl space 10 more times that night until I'd finished the whole thing. The next day I quit my job, and so began my new life. I timed it purposefully. Every 6 to 8 months I would submit my new manuscript. Every 6 months I would take a trip back down to the cellar. Each book release shot me back up to the top of the bestseller list. Money rolled in steadily, more than I knew what to do with. It wasn't like I was going to buy a new house, no. That much was obvious. I would live where I did until I died because I needed to. For my career, I told myself, I have to stay here for my career. Even then, though, I think I knew. I wasn't staying there to support my lifestyle. It was a nice perk. Being rich certainly had its benefits, but it was about the books. It was always about the books. I reread them constantly. What else was there to do? The hours most writers take to write was free time for me. Might as well read, reread, consume. At first, I would see how long I could go without picking one of my books. 1 day, 2, 3. That was the limit, I discovered. By day 3, my palms would get sweaty and my stomach would start cramping. Eventually, I stopped resisting. Reading was all I did with my time. I quit all other books. I did try to read them, but none of them satisfied me. They were flat, like the 2D version of the 3D stories that Crawlspace gave me. They were the lotus flowers from the Greek myths. Once you try one, regular food could never taste the same. At least it's just me, I told myself, my one small comfort. I could fade away, give in, and that was all right. Nobody else would be harmed. Besides my dad, nobody cared about me. I wasn't hurting anybody. I convinced myself that was the truth. I really believed the books were just affecting me, until my first book signing. I'm not entirely sure what convinced me to do it. Maybe it was my agent or publisher who'd both pestered me to do one for years. Partially, it was due to one of the rare recovery periods where I actively trying to stop reading. Always to little success. But I did one. My very first book signing. The bookstore filled up. Literally. They were turning people away. Hundreds showed up to meet me. The false author of these best-selling books. They were so excited to meet me. I saw the anticipation as I did a reading. I was almost looking forward to the book signing, despite the hours-long line. "Yours are my favorite books," one woman told me. "These are what got me into reading," said another. "They're the only thing I read now." "Glad to hear it," I said, chuckling as I signed. I looked up. The man wasn't smiling. "I'm not," he said. He walked away. I started noticing it then, the jittery look in the eyes, the way people desperately clutched their copies of my books. Not in a loving way, not like a child clinging to a teddy bear, more like victims of the Titanic hanging from the rails as it tipped. "What else do you read?" I asked a teenager and her father. The teenager shook her head. "Nothing. Why would I?" To another fan holding a battered copy, I asked, "How many times have you read it?" She laughed nervously. I don't know. I can't remember." She burst into tears. "I can't stop. Why can't I stop?" Almost nobody reacted as she tore out of the bookstore sobbing. It was in all of them, that frantic obsession in me, their simultaneous loathing and love for the books. Some of them outright scowled at me, like they hadn't wanted to come, but hadn't been able to resist. It was the very last woman in line who scared me the most. She didn't even look up at me. She stared down at the book in her hands. The very first one I'd ever published. She never responded to my questions. She never put it down. I recognized the cover. It was the first edition of my first book, which meant she'd been one of the earliest people ever to pick me up. Her eyes were bloodshot. Her teeth were falling out like she couldn't spare the time to brush them, and her skin was a sickly yellow. I never did another book signing. It gets worse as time goes on. That's what I've realized. The longer you read them, the more dependent you are on them. I've tried to stop publishing. Of course I have. 12 times. Look at what my books are doing to people. Look at what they'll continue to do. Even if I could stop, though, it wouldn't matter. Once you've tasted the lotus petal, you can never go back. No one I've talked to has been able to quit once they've read something from the crawl space. All those people at the book signing, all my thousands and thousands of readers, it's too late for them, the way it's too late for me. My hair falls off in clumps now. My skin is yellow and my teeth, nearly all of them are gone. Even so, I continue. Year after year climbing down through that trap door, sending off my manuscripts to the publisher. I can't stop. I don't want to anymore. It's easier to just give in. Sip by sip by sip. It's almost a relief to grab the pages the crawl space gives me and pump them out into the world. That's the only way I get more of them. And it's not like I can write my own stories. This entire time I've never written a word myself. Not one. Not even these ones. I don't get it. I swirled my straw around in my iced pecan latte. Not the manliest drink choice, but Amaya had turned me on to them, and now I couldn't go back to whatever I had ordered before. I would never be the same. Yeah, Josh, Amaya chimed in, leaning back in her chair almost precariously, the front legs tilting off the ground. Me neither. It looks like Grinder. I snorted. It does kind of look like Grinder. How would you even know that, Cooper? I mean, I've seen what Grinder looks like. Have you never seen what Grinder looks like? My head whipped between them, searching for understanding in Josh's face and sympathy in Amaya's. I only found laughter. I crossed my arms and sulked. Guys, I know it's weird, Josh finally continued. He pinched his baseball cap by the bill and spun it around so it was backwards, leaning forward and holding out his phone for us to look at. Doing that was almost a nervous tic for him. It had to be 50 times a day that he rotated his hat like that when he was wearing one, just to rotate it back again. Sometimes I joked that he was going to make his hair curly like that. I don't even know who made this. Jackson said they found it on the dark web or something. Your cousin Jackson? You're not really falling for that, are you? Amaya smirked at him, leaning on her elbows and chewing on her straw. He's definitely messing with you. He just glared at her and kept going. Some people think it's like promotion for a movie or something. Some people think the people on here are dead. Dead? Like ghosts or something? He shrugged loosely, his face blank. Don't know. There's just a lot of theories. They could also just be bots or something. So what's the point of using this? I chimed in, slurping loudly as the last hints of liquid in my cup. I got a couple dirty looks from some old ladies at the table next to us, and I smiled apologetically. You were just making it sound sketchy. Josh grinned, coming alive. He rotated his hat again and leaned in closer, like he was going to tell us a juicy secret. Amaya and I glanced at each other. People are finding love, apparently, he whisper-yelled. Like, on the app? With the ghosts/bots? He shook his head. No, not exactly. I think the point of the app is that it figures out your type or something, and then you just find someone exactly like that. They're drawn to you or something. So now this is some tarot card universe soulmate BS. Amaya always joked like this, but I could tell she was getting legitimately a little frustrated with him. I didn't blame her. Her emotions had been all over the place lately, since she and Sean broke up. I felt guilty for feeling a little relieved they finally ended it, considering it meant she had more time to hang out with us, because I knew she was having a horrible time with it. They had been together for 2 years. Things like that were a big deal. I, on the other hand, hadn't had a girlfriend in years. I hadn't even been on a date in longer than I wanted to admit, and even if I could get a date, I didn't think I'd know what to do with the opportunity. I thought college would be a constant party where I was meeting girls left and right, but so far I had been sorely mistaken. I couldn't lie. What Josh was saying sounded appealing in theory, if it was real that time, which it wasn't. Listen, Josh said, offering her a crooked smile. I know it sounds insane. It definitely is insane. I haven't even gotten to the weirdest part yet. What's the weirdest part then, Josh? She brushed some dark brown curls away from her eyes, scowling at her own iced latte. Spit it out. Check this out. He held out his phone again, and Amaya and I both leaned in to look. It was the same screen he'd showed us before. The one that looked a little bit like Grindr, with a black background, and the only thing on the page were a list of open chats. He tapped on a little question mark in the top right corner, and that was when the terms and conditions popped up. Terms and conditions. 1. If someone messages you that you would like to speak with, you must reply within 10 minutes of receiving the message. 2. If you do not wish to speak with someone, you must repeat this phrase word for word. Thank you for your interest, but I am not open at this time. I wish you good luck with finding what you want. 3. If you wish to stop speaking to someone, repeat the phrase above. 4. If someone continues messaging you after you have sent the phrase above, get to high ground, lock all doors and windows, and contact customer support immediately. Delete the app. Do not re-download the app. 5. Do not message anyone between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. 6. Always say goodnight before you go to sleep. 7. Always say good morning as soon as you wake up. 8. Always be polite. 9. Do not send more than one message at a time. 10. Do not offer them anything to eat. 11. Do not agree to meet up with anyone on the app. Do not tell them where you are, even if they say that they already know. Do not invite them into your home. 12. If they are near your home, get to high ground, lock all doors and windows, and contact customer support immediately. Delete the app. Do not re-download the app. 13. Do not let them trick you. They will try. 14. We are not responsible for any negative consequences of using the app. Amaya and I just stared at the page for a long time, both of our eyes skimming over the words once, twice, 3 times. Finally, Amaya leaned back, rubbing at her face with the palms of her hands. This has to be a joke. Josh shrugged, setting his phone down. It's crazy, I know. Do you agree to all of that? I asked him. I felt a little uneasy, my stomach churning. The pecan latte wasn't sitting well anymore. Have you been using this? He shrugged again, now looking a little bit embarrassed. Listen, I know it sounds insane, but it's just for fun. I just want to see if it's real. Jackson met this girl like a week after using the app for the first time, and I met her, and she's really normal and nice. I find that hard to believe. Maya's face was red, and she kept nervously tucking her hair behind her ears. Look, if you're messing with me, like, if you're both in on this is a really crappy prank to pull on me right now. No. Both Josh and I cried out at the same time, getting a couple more weird looks. No, Amaya, it's not a prank. Josh finished. I promise. It's just something weird I found, and I wanted to tell you guys about it. Whatever, she huffed, pushing to her feet and slinging her bag over her shoulder. Just whatever. I don't feel good. I'll talk to you guys later. Amaya... I trailed off as she slammed her half-empty coffee cup into the trash and briskly strode toward the door. Josh and I shared a look. Dude, I swear I wasn't trying to mess with her. He said after a while, searching my face to gauge my belief in him. I nodded, wiping my sweaty palms off on my jeans. I know, it's okay, she just isn't doing well right now. I hesitated for a long moment, chewing on my bottom lip. Before I spoke again, Jackson really met someone? I downloaded the app that night. I wasn't proud of it, but my curiosity became stronger than my uneasiness, and, as embarrassing as it was to admit, I was getting desperate. I just wanted someone. I wanted to meet someone nice and pretty that I could go to places with, and I wasn't having luck anywhere else. I considered it a win-win. If this app was just some BS prank, then we could get a good laugh out of it, and if it wasn't, that meant it was real. Josh had sent the link to our group chat with Amaya, and she immediately responded by reacting to the message with a thumbs down. That meant that, even if she was still a little peeved, at the very least, she wasn't upset anymore. It was a good sign. I pressed on the link and then agreed to download, crossing my fingers and praying for no horrible virus. The app really was incredibly bare bones. Nothing but a message screen, which was empty so far in my case. There wasn't anything else to look at, other than the terms and conditions, which I read again. No one to swipe on, no bios to read, nothing. I was brushing my teeth when I got my first message. My phone buzzed and I nearly choked on my toothpaste when I read the notification. Noel. Hello, handsome. Smiley face. For some reason, the smiley emoticon unnerved me. I checked the time. 11:30 p.m., so I was fine on that rule. I pressed on the message and her profile popped up. There was no bio, just a name and a picture to look at. I studied it closely, my eyebrows cinching together. The picture was of a girl looking definitely somewhere close to my age. She had shoulder-length curly dark hair and dark skin, and she was posing in a yellow field wearing a flowery dress. It looked normal to me at first, but the closer I looked, the more off it felt. Her smile looked stiff, almost like it was painted on, and something about her eyes wasn't quite right. Her pupils looked strange, but I couldn't put my finger on exactly how. Something about that picture filled me with a sense of dread that I couldn't fully place either. I panicked, and I checked the terms and conditions again before composing my message. Before the 10 minutes could pass, just in case. Cooper. Thank you for your interest, but I am not open at this time. I wish you luck in finding what you want. I waited. 3 little typing bubbles popped up, and then they disappeared. 5 minutes passed, then 10. I sighed in relief and shut my phone off. I woke up to 2 more messages from other women. One was named Alyssa, and one was named Jody. My heart began to race. They had messaged during the night, so it had been 10 minutes before I replied, right? The words scrolled across the backs of my eyes like subtitles. You must reply within 10 minutes of receiving the message. Had I broken that rule? But then again, I wasn't supposed to message back at night, so surely it didn't count. I typed my responses, not bothering to look too closely at their profiles yet, not wanting to psych myself out. Alyssa. Hi. Cooper. Hi, good morning. Jody. Hello, how are you today? Cooper. Hello, good morning. I'm doing well. How are you? I tried to match their energy. I made sure to be polite, and I also made sure to say good morning. I couldn't get my heart rate to slow down while I got ready to work, and I couldn't get over the dread I had felt when I thought I might have broken the rule. I knew it probably wasn't real, but what if it was? What would happen to me if I didn't follow the terms and conditions? At work, I got in trouble more than once for checking my phone between waiting tables. I couldn't help it. Even if it was a stupid joke, I didn't want to find out. I only got one message from someone new, someone named Sunny, and I caught it after 8 minutes had already passed since it was sent. I was anxious and restless all day, all the way until it was nearly midnight when I could finally relax a little. The other girls had messaged me a couple of times throughout the day, and I had replied politely, asking them questions about things they liked to do and places they liked to go. Everything really seemed fairly average, besides the very slight hint of stiffness in the way they talked, and the strange qualities about all of their profile pictures. Maybe they really were just well-trained bots. The thought made me feel a little better. They probably weren't even real. The only thing out of the ordinary was one message from Alyssa. Alyssa, would you want to take me out to dinner some night this week? Get something to eat? Of course, in normal circumstances, this wouldn't have been a strange thing to say at all, but I remembered at the last second, do not offer them anything to eat. I told her I was extra busy that week, and I just wanted to get to know her first. She had typed for a long time before responding with, okay. Before it could get to midnight, I sent my goodnights, and let out a long, shaky breath. I called Josh. Hey man, how's it going? He sounded out of breath. He must have been on his nightly run. I had tried telling him it was crazy to go on runs in the middle of the night, and so had Amaya, but he didn't listen. He was a white, straight, mostly muscular man. He had nothing to be scared of. He was invincible. This app is stressful, dude. I lay back in my bed, closing my eyes. It's taking a lot out of me. I heard Josh laugh on the other end, slightly choppy and still breathless. Don't take it too seriously. Like I was saying, it could definitely just be some movie promotion or something. Also, you get used to it. I have. Yeah. I trailed off. Have you talked to Amaya? A little. Why? I'm just worried about her. She's been so out of it lately. Yeah. We should do something for her, man. Like, plan something. I couldn't help but smile. The 3 of us had been inseparable since freshman orientation. When we had been put in a group, I had thought it wouldn't last, that it would just be a case of freshman friend group. But it had. I felt lucky to have found both of them in such a big school in such a big area. Yeah, we should. Let's hang out tomorrow. Sure thing. I went to bed that night feeling a little bit better, and a little less anxious. I woke up to tons of messages. A couple of new ones, but mostly pages of ones from the girls I had already spoken to. These are a bunch of messages from Alyssa. Cooper, don't go to bed. Talk to me, Cooper. I miss you. Can I come over? I'm moving soon. Could you help me move? You could make me dinner. Cooper, wake up. I'm all alone. And I'm cold. It's so cold. I shivered. I didn't even bother reading through the other messages. Just responded with a good morning and apologized for not responding the night before. I wasn't sure this app was for me. The next few days went by without much of a hitch. The girls on the app were creepy, but they seemed harmless, and I was careful to follow all of the rules. I kept telling myself that even if these girls freaked me out, they weren't even the ones I would end up with. If this app worked, I would meet someone who was perfect for me very, very soon, and then I could delete it and forget about it forever. I would give it another week or so, then I was going to give up. That was until Josh came into my job on a Wednesday. I saw him waiting outside the break room, his face pointed down, wringing his hands anxiously. The first thing I noticed was that he had no hat on. The second thing was that he was crying. What's wrong? I asked him, frowning and looking him over. Is everything okay, dude? He shook his head, finally looking up and meeting my eyes. I saw horror in them, and some other emotion that I hadn't seen from him maybe ever. Amaya is missing. Cooper, she's gone. One thought struck me all at once. The first stupid thought I had. Did she download it too? Everything after that felt like a huge gray blur. My manager gave me the day off work, and I went with Josh following him to the police station. I sat in their gray room. I answered their questions. I tried not to cry when they told me that her roommates had reported her missing after she hadn't seen her for over 24 hours. I tried not to panic when they told me her roommates also found the window broken that morning, and some blood staining the carpet. But there was no body down on the ground, no other traces of anything. I felt so guilty. I should have texted her more. I should have been calling and checking in on her. I had just been so distracted by work, and by this stupid app. The only thing keeping us from ruling it a suicide is the lack of a body. A female cop told me, clearly trying to be gentle. She placed a hand on my arm. Her roommate tells us she was going through a breakup. I felt myself filled with painful, searing rage. Amaya wouldn't do that. I looked the cop in the eyes, trying to make the eye contact burn. I promise. I could tell she didn't believe me. I stayed over at Josh's place. We both shuffled around like zombies, basically communicating only through either grunts of acknowledgement or shaky, quiet conversations about any updates. There were none to talk about. I completely forgot about the app. I forgot about it until about a week after she disappeared. My phone had been buzzing non-stop the entire week, but most of the time I had it entirely shut off. Some of my messages had been from my family, Amaya's family, and our classmates and friends, and some had been from the stupid app, but I couldn't bring myself to reply to many of them at all. But then I got a notification that caught my eye. Amaya. Hi, Cooper. It took me longer than I would like to admit to realize what I was looking at. At first I thought it was a text message, and my heart soared up into my throat. Then I realized it was the app. When I opened it up, I was bombarded with messages, both from new people and old ones. The old fear I'd felt about the app began to resurface, bubbling up like bile. Alyssa. Cooper, I'm coming over. I can come over now. I know where you are. Can I come over? Answer me, Cooper. I'm going to come over. Jody, meet me. Please meet me. Please meet me. Now? Now? Sunny. Cold. I ignored all of them, despite the horrible, sick feeling in my gut. I opened the one from Amaya. I looked at her profile picture. It was her. It was a picture of her I had never seen before. It was dark outside and taken with flash. Her hair was down, falling around her face in the way that she couldn't stand. Her chin tilted a little to the side. She was smiling in the way that first girl was. Wrong. Stiff and strange and wrong. That wasn't her smile. And those weren't her eyes. They were far too dull, and very slightly pointing in different directions. Cooper. Amaya? Is that really you? Are you okay? The 3 bubbles popped up, then disappeared, then popped up again. I stood up, beginning to pace. Should I call Josh? Should I call the police? Was this some sort of sick joke? Finally, my phone buzzed. Amaya. I am near your home. I started to cry. I couldn't help it. I wanted to throw my phone. I wanted to break it. Where are you? What happened to you? Amaya. 10 feet. I stared at the message. I felt like my vision was going out. 10 feet from where? Amaya. It's cold here. I swallowed hard. It felt like swallowing rocks. Then I sent. Thank you for your interest, but I am not open at this time. I wish you luck in finding what you want. Amaya. 6 feet. Cold. And dark. I knew what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to lock the doors and the windows, get to high ground and call customer support. But I couldn't. All I could do was stare at my phone, at her messages, frozen like a deer in headlights. And the headlights were coming so fast. I couldn't see or breathe or think. She was typing again. As my phone buzzed, my blood ran completely cold. It was 1:56 a.m. No one was there. No one but me and whatever it was. I wasn't even sure if I could stop shaking enough to call the police, and I definitely couldn't hide. Not then. And I had broken nearly all of the rules. Amaya. Let me in, Cooper. I have to show you where it took me. I finally managed to hide. I'm hiding now in my attic. I can hear it down there, dragging itself from room to room. My phone is going to die and none of my calls will go through. But I had to write this down. I had to tell someone. Josh, if you read this, I hope you're okay. I hope you followed the rules. I don't know where Amaya is, but that's not Amaya. And if you see me again, I'm not sure it'll be me either. I'm sorry. It's typing again. I've broken the last rule. I didn't delete the app. Wish me luck. Trigger warning. Suicidal ideation. I was in 3rd grade, sitting in the cafeteria when I died for the first time. Deathly allergic to peanuts, surrounded by 9-year-olds, left barely supervised with a room full of lunch trays and chaos. You know how it goes. I don't remember eating it. I don't even remember what it tasted like. Just the sudden, awful stillness. I couldn't breathe. I hit the floor, people were screaming, and then... nothing. It went silent in the room. My eyes were locked on the tiled ceiling, white, sterile, humming with flickering fluorescence. I couldn't look away, couldn't move, couldn't even blink. It felt like everyone else had disappeared. I lay there for what felt like hours, unable to make a sound other than low grunts and wheezes. I was unable to move a single part of my body, no matter how hard I tried. Even my fingers and toes were locked into place. I remember wishing to die. I wished to drift off to heaven and be with my old dog again. To move, to speak, to be free. It's a terrible thing, how easily a child can come to terms with death. That's when he spoke. You are already dead. I felt warm breath on my left ear. Someone was lying next to me. I couldn't see them, but I could feel them, close enough for my skin to prickle, my hair to stand on end. Do you recognize my voice? I did. It was mine. I still couldn't move. My body spasmed in tiny bursts, every nerve screaming. I think I peed myself. I tried to scream, to cry, to do anything. There was a choked, childish sound, like someone trying hard to stay in character. All right, he said, stifling laughter. I'll cut to the chase. This is it. This is all there is. He paused as if savoring it. Maybe not here, in this lunchroom forever, but really this is it. He leaned in closer. I could feel his smile, even if I couldn't see it. You always want to speak, but no one will ever hear you. No one will ever see you. Your own personal hell, I guess. Dread spread through every part of my body. However, he continued after a few long moments of silence, I have a proposition for you. I didn't even know what proposition meant, but I had no choice but to continue listening. I can keep you here, not in this moment, but in this life. You'll grow up, have birthdays, play with your friends, pretend this never happened. There was a long silence. I felt dizzy. On one condition, he finally spoke. When the time comes, I will come back, and you will have to give me an answer to my question. Another silence stretched thin and eternal. Why was everything moving so slowly? I can't be dead. I feel mostly conscious. Why couldn't I speak? Why couldn't I move? Suddenly there was another voice, one from further away, maybe from the corner of the room. It was familiar, but it was older, more mature. It was low and quiet, but I heard it. Say no. Then came my voice again, calm, cold. You will have 3 seconds to speak. Say yes and you will wake up. Say no, and you may stay dead. Yes, I shouted the second I could feel my throat clear. Sound came rushing back like a crashing wave. Chatter, trays clattering, footsteps echoing off tile. I sat up with a gasp, sobbing, clawing at the air like I needed to prove I was real. I needed to feel something, anything. All around me kids stared, forks paused halfway to mouths, eyes wide. No one moved. What happened? I asked anybody who would answer me. A girl in my class blinked. Dude, you tell us. We were just eating and you fell backwards in your chair. Your eyes were closed for like 5 seconds. Then you shot back up all scared. You should probably go to the nurse. You hit your head pretty hard. No mention of peanuts. No mention of death. No mention of the hours and hours it felt like I was glued to the floor. I must have dreamt it all. I made my way to the nurse's office. She called my mom to come pick me up and take me to the ER to check for a concussion. And a concussion I did indeed have. I never mentioned my run-in with my imaginary doppelganger. No one would have believed me if I had. That is, until today. It's been 13 years now, and I've started to see him. For context, the past 13 years of my life have been hellish to say the least. I don't remember much from my childhood, only my parents fighting, divorce, and poverty. The week I turned 18, I moved out of my mother's house and into my own flat. I dropped out of high school when I was 16 and worked 2 crappy part-time service jobs. I never spent a dime on anything other than gas and the occasional McDonald's meal. I saved up enough for a year's rent on my apartment. I was so convinced that getting away would cure me. I would blossom in the real world. I would thrive on my own. I would create my own family. I would be happy. Every so-called real job I applied for turned me down. Every friendship or relationship cracked and fell apart before it even started. It all should have been a sign. I should have remembered what happened to me when I was 9. I should have carried that memory like a warning. But I didn't. About a year ago, I finally fell in love. I remember thinking, the only time I truly feel happy is when I'm with her. And it was true. When she came over, the apartment felt warmer. I felt warmer. There was this quiet hum in my chest that I hadn't felt in years, like I was a person again. Then one night, she showed up in tears, eyes puffy, shoulders tense. I felt that warmth drain from my body like blood from a wound. "What's wrong?" I asked. "You cheater," she screamed, shoving her phone into my face. On the screen was a video of me kissing another girl in a packed bar. I grabbed the phone with shaking hands. I've never even been to this bar. I've never seen that girl in my life. I love you, I pleaded, desperate. She didn't blink. "Are you really going to stand there and tell me that isn't you?" She snapped, jabbing a finger at the video playing on her screen. There I was, same face, same hair, same clothes, same stupid little scar on my chin. It was me. But I had no memory of this. None. No, I wouldn't let myself spiral. I refused to gaslight myself. I may have been a heavy drinker, but not a blackout cheater. This wasn't me. It couldn't be. "That's not me," I said softly. She stared at me like she was looking at a stranger. "Fuck you." That was the last thing she ever said to me. She left, slammed the door so hard the frame rattled. She never came back for her stuff. Not the spare hoodie in my closet, not her pajamas in the hamper, not even her toothbrush, still drying quietly by the sink like it didn't know she was gone. I thought that was rock bottom, but it was only the beginning. After a few weeks of failing to pick myself up and get back to my life, I finally just got up and drove to my mom's. I didn't speak to her very often, to no fault of her own. I just didn't ever feel like talking to anyone. I felt like a burden on this world. My mom was happy to see me. She hugged me longer than usual and insisted I stay for a few nights. She made dinner every evening. We watched old movies, played cards like we used to, and for a brief moment it felt like something close to peace. We had a beautiful, quiet little weekend together. The night before I planned to head back to my apartment, she turned to me on the couch and smiled. "I'm really glad we started doing this every month," she said. "It's brought me so much peace." I blinked. That didn't make sense. This was the first time I'd visited her in over a year. Not because we were estranged, it was just hard. Emotionally, financially. And I'd never brought anyone with me. Not once. My first instinct was worry. Maybe she was getting older. Maybe this was early dementia creeping in. "What do you mean, Mom? I haven't been here in a long time." I tried to keep my voice gentle, but I think we should start doing this every month. She gave me a strange look, half confusion, half concern. "What are you talking about?" she said slowly. "You were here just a few weeks ago, with that blonde girl. You invited her to dinner. You even showed me the ring you said you were going to propose with." She watched me closely now. There was no sarcasm in her voice, no trace of forgetfulness or confusion in her eyes, just steady, maternal concern. "Are you feeling okay?" she asked, and I didn't know what to say. "Oh, yeah, my bad," I said. I quickly got my stuff together and left. These coincidences have now been happening for 2 years. A Facebook account under my name filled with photos I've never taken, pictures of me smiling with strangers I don't recognize, at restaurants I've never been to, in cities I've never visited, captions written in my voice but using words I'd never use, inside jokes with people I've never met, birthday posts from people I don't know, calling me things I've never been called. And it's not just online. People at gas stations and grocery stores greet me like we've been friends for years. "Hey, good to see you again. How was your trip? You and that girl still together?" They smile like they know me, but I've never seen their faces before in my life. When the time comes, I will come back, and you will have to give me an answer to my question. The sentence rang over and over again in my mind. It felt like a dream, like words I had never heard. Why was this sentence consuming my every thought? Why do they torment me? Why do they hurt? These words scrambled my mind for months. Months where I barely left my apartment, barely spoke to a single soul. Just me, lying in bed begging for death with a dry mouth and an empty stomach. I stopped eating, stopped drinking. When I did go outside, I wouldn't look before crossing the road, hoping deep down that something would end it for me. But I never died. Every time I caved, I ran from the oncoming headlights. I took a sip of water when my vision blurred. I forced down food when my chest started to tighten. It was like I was trapped in a body that refused to quit, a corpse pretending to live. I was dragging a dead soul through each day, and I couldn't stop myself. That's when I came to the decision I'd have to just get it out of the way. I went on a short walk around my neighborhood that night. I was going to do it. The night I was going to end it all once and for all. I touched the trees and breathed in the cold night air. Felt rain on my skin. I walked back to my apartment in a daze. Every step felt wrong, like the air itself was pushing back against me. Something deep inside me was screaming, "Do not open your door." So I didn't. I stood there frozen in the hallway, key trembling in my hand, and then the door opened on its own. But not by chance. Someone was already inside. There I was standing in the doorway. Same face, same clothes, same expression I thought I was wearing. It was me staring out at me. From inside my apartment while I stood helplessly outside. Soft jazz music played from inside. It smelled like steak and red wine, like money, like luxury. Everything I had never had. The other me looked directly into my eyes with a smile spread across his face. I waited for him to speak as he waited for me to. I finally caved. "You," was all I got out before he cut me off suddenly. "I told you I'd come back for you, buddy," he said through a grin. "Are you ready to answer my question?" I was speechless. What was I supposed to say? How was I supposed to process this? I had just come to terms with death. Why must I come to terms with anything else? I stood there stunned, every part of me locking up. My throat tightened. Words died in my mouth. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. The jazz music faded out, swallowed by the silence like it had never existed. Only this time in the stillness I could see him, clear as day. "Let me repeat myself," he said. "Are you ready to answer my question?" I nodded my head to the best of my ability. I didn't want to. It just felt like I had to. Like there was no getting out of this. A slow smile crept across his face. He leaned in so close our noses almost touched. I could feel his breath against my lips. Was it worth it? The only words I could croak out were weak, fractured. At least I lived. He paused like he was genuinely considering it. Then suddenly he burst into laughter. Loud, wild, unhinged. It went on for far too long. Long enough to make the moment feel absurd, almost awkward. When he finally stopped, he stared into me with eyes that didn't feel like mine anymore. "I lived," he said, voice flat now. "You survived." Then he winked, a cruel, almost affectionate gesture, and without hesitation he wrapped his hands around my throat. I didn't fight it. I didn't scream. I just let go. Let the breath leave my lungs. Let the world fade out. The life drained from my body, soaking silently into the carpet below. When my eyes opened again, I was back in the cafeteria. Same linoleum floor. Same buzzing lights. Curled up on the floor, I watched my 9-year-old body convulsing on the tile. I tried to scream, tried to move, but all I could manage was a whisper. Say no. That's all I ever managed to say. And still, without fail, the boy on the floor always says yes. Always. I've gone through this a few times now. Sometimes I think I've made it further. Sometimes I think maybe this is the time I break the cycle, but it always catches up to me. Right now I'm writing this from inside my mom's house. It's warm, safe, smells like garlic bread and laundry detergent. I know what she's about to say. She says it every time, word for word. I'm really glad we started doing this every month. It's brought me so much peace. They say if you want to talk to the dead, you better be ready to listen. I never believed in any of that crap. Ghosts, spirits, signs from beyond. Just stories people made up to help them sleep at night. My sister Mia was one of those believers. She was obsessed with life after death. She even asked to be buried with a walkie-talkie, just in case. She died 2 years ago in a car crash. No warning, no goodbyes. One moment she was on the phone with me, complaining that she thought someone was following her. The next, just silence. They found her body 20 minutes later. I haven't been the same since. For a while I stopped answering calls completely. Just hearing the ringtone made me nauseous. But tonight, something made me pick up. Blocked flashed on my screen at 2:13 a.m. I let it ring once, twice, then answered. At first all I heard was static, faint like an old radio caught between two stations. Then a voice broke through. "Alex?" My chest tightened. It was Mia. Her voice was shaky. "Alex, listen to me. You need to get out of there. Don't trust the people in the house." I sat up so fast I almost dropped the phone. "What the hell are you talking about, Mia? How are you even—" "They're not real." Her voice grew rougher, strained. "They're not who you think they are. I didn't want to call, but I had to warn you. You're in danger." "There's no one here," I said. "I live alone." The call ended. I didn't sleep. I spent the next hour pacing around my apartment, checking every window, every lock. I opened every drawer in the wardrobe. I even looked under the bed like a 5-year-old after watching a scary movie. Nothing. No one was there. Eventually I chalked it all up to a sick prank. Or maybe a breakdown. Wouldn't be the first time my mind messed with me. Grief is a hell of a drug. Around 3:45 a.m. I went to the kitchen to pour myself a drink. Then I froze. There were 2 glasses in the sink. I'd only used one. Both were wet. I stared at them for a full minute before backing out of the kitchen. That's when I heard a sound behind me. The creak of a floorboard in the hallway. I spun around. No one was there. But the guest room door was open. I never opened that door. Since Mia died, her things have stayed in there. Her clothes, her books, the stuffed cat she'd had since she was 6. I always keep the room shut, locked. Now it was slightly open. I should have left right then, grabbed my keys and gotten the hell out, but I didn't. I stepped inside. The air was freezing. The curtains were swaying gently, though the window was shut, and on the bed sat her stuffed cat, sitting upright facing the door. It was supposed to be in a box. I knew it was in a box. Then my phone rang again. Blocked. I answered. This time her voice was barely a whisper. Urgent. Terrified. "They're watching you. Don't let them know you're scared." "Who's watching me?" I whispered. Silence. Then 3 knocks on my front door. Slow. Heavy. And then Mia said, "They're already inside." I dropped the phone and ran. Locked myself in the bathroom. I was gasping for air, trying to calm my breathing, trying to be rational, but then I heard the front door creak open. No footsteps, just presence. Like the air itself had thickened. I pressed my ear to the bathroom door. Nothing. Then something brushed against the other side. A whisper so soft I wasn't sure it was real. "Alex." My name in Mia's voice, but something was wrong. Too quiet. Drawn out. Then I remembered what she'd said on the phone. "Don't trust the people in your house." But I live alone. That's when I looked up and saw something in the bathroom mirror. A reflection standing behind me. I spun around. Nothing there. I looked back at the mirror, still there. A tall shape, standing perfectly still behind me in the reflection. No face, no eyes, just a presence. And then it leaned closer, its breath against the back of my neck, and whispered, in a flawless imitation of Mia's voice, "I never died, Alex. I just came home." I don't remember unlocking the door. I don't remember leaving the room. All I know is I ended up in my car half-dressed, barefoot, shaking so hard I nearly snapped the key trying to start the engine. I didn't go back until morning, in broad daylight. Neighbors walking their dogs, kids riding bikes. Everything felt safe. I went back inside. Everything looked normal except for one thing. My phone, still on the bathroom floor. It was open to my call history. Last call, Mia. No blocked, just her name. Like she was still in my contacts, but I deleted her 2 years ago. I tapped the name. Her contact profile opened. The number was still saved. 911-666-0000. I didn't call it. I smashed the phone instead. I moved out. I'm staying in a hotel now. Bought a new phone. New number. Clean slate. But last night, the landline rang. I didn't even know the room had a phone. I picked up. Static, then her voice. Alex? It was her again. You still don't get it, she said. It's not the house. Then she started to cry. I tried to warn you. I tried. What do you mean? I whispered. She sobbed harder, then choked out. You brought it with you. And the line went dead. I'm not posting for sympathy. I'm posting it as a warning. If someone you love has died and they call you, don't answer. Even if they're crying, even if it sounds like they need you, because once you answer, they know how to find you. I met Andrew through a Facebook post. I needed a roommate fast, and he messaged me 5 minutes after I posted in the local housing group. No profile picture, no mutual friends. But he said all the right things. Said he had a stable remote job, no pets, quiet, clean, respectful. I FaceTimed him once. He seemed normal. A little awkward maybe, but I didn't care. I needed rent. He moved in on Friday. By Saturday night, I wanted him out. The first red flag was the way he unpacked. He brought 4 boxes. That's it. No bed, no decorations, not even a backpack. The boxes were taped tight and he carried them one at a time, always holding them away from his body, like they might bite. I offered to help. He didn't answer, just smiled, then took the last box into his room and shut the door. I didn't see him the rest of the day. Around midnight, I heard him whispering in there. Couldn't make out the words. It sounded like a prayer or maybe a list. He didn't stop until 3 a.m. The next morning, I went to make coffee. The kitchen was spotless. My cereal box was in the fridge. My coffee beans had been alphabetized, and there was a note on the counter in blocky, perfect handwriting. I replaced your sponge. The old one had too many eyes. I stood there staring at it for a full minute. Then I opened the cupboard. New sponge, bright yellow. And on the floor beneath the sink, the old one, soaked, covered in black mold I swear wasn't there the day before. The middle was ripped open, like it had teeth. That night I locked my bedroom door. Around 2:11 a.m. I heard footsteps outside it. Slow, barefoot, careful. Then a knock. Not loud, not aggressive. Just 2 soft taps. I didn't move. Another knock. 3 this time. Slightly faster. Andrew? I asked. No reply. I checked the peephole. No one there. When I opened the door, the hallway was empty, but another note was taped to the wall. Don't answer until the 3rd knock. She gets impatient. I didn't sleep after that. I confronted him the next day. He was sitting in the living room facing the blank TV screen. When I asked what the notes were about, he blinked slowly and said, You heard her, didn't you? Heard who? She doesn't like being seen too soon. It ruins her. Then he turned back to the blank TV, smiling. I backed into my room and locked the door. That night I heard him whispering again. Not to himself this time. I could hear the difference. He was answering someone, listening, nodding between each line. I pressed my ear to the wall. His voice came through clearer. She wants to know your name, he said. She wants to wear it. I stopped sleeping in the apartment after that. I stayed at a friend's for a night. No calls, no messages from Andrew. But I got a voicemail. No number, just unknown. 30 seconds of breathing, then whispering, then right before it ended, my own voice saying, Let me back in. I hadn't said that. I came home the next day planning to kick him out, tell him to pack up his 4 boxes and leave. But the boxes were gone. All that was left in his room was a circle of salt around the bed, symbols drawn in the carpet, charcoal, I think, or blood, and one last note. Don't break the circle. She likes you. She might not stop at your name. I called the police. They found the room empty. No Andrew, no salt, no symbols. Just an empty room with bare walls and cold air. They asked if I'd been drinking. That night the knocking came again. 2:14 a.m. 3 soft knocks. I didn't move. Then I heard a voice right outside the door. High-pitched, childlike, trying too hard to sound friendly. I have your name. It scratched at the wood. I want to give it back. I didn't answer. At 3 a.m. on the dot, it stopped. The next morning the hallway was covered in fingerprints, tiny like a child's, burned into the paint. There was another note slipped under my door. She's inside now. Don't let her out. She wears new faces. You won't recognize them until they smile. I haven't seen Andrew since. I don't think I ever really met him, but I hear the knocking every night. Always the same time, and always one knock closer. I'm always so tired after going home. The fluorescent scream of the office lights still echoes behind my eyes, even here in the blessed dimness of the stairwell. I climb 3 flights, each step feeling like I'm dragging an anvil chained to my ankle. My key finds the lock on apartment 3B. My lock. The deadbolt thunks open. I shoulder the door in, smelling the faint, comforting ghost of last night's cheap instant noodles, and the dusty warmth trapped inside. I don't even make it to the bedroom. The sagging, familiar embrace of my old couch in the living room calls out. I sink into it, the springs groaning their familiar complaint beneath my weight. The fabric smells faintly of dust and me as sleep drags me under. A few hours later, I jolt awake in terror as a hand grabs my shoulder and shakes me violently. "Hey, hey!" someone shouts. I jerk awake, gasping, disoriented. Silver moonlight cuts the room into sharp shapes and deep, pooling shadows. A man leans over me, his face gaunt with sweat in the gloom. His eyes are wide, wild marbles reflecting the weak light. "Get up! What the hell are you doing in my apartment?" His voice is a harsh rasp, cutting straight through whatever dream I was trapped in. Panic surges through me. I lurch upright, heart pounding. "You what?" I blink hard, trying to steady my vision. No, this is my apartment. This is 3B. I live here." The man takes a step back, just enough to half merge with the shadows by the doorway. "Are you out of your damn mind? I live in 3B. What are you even doing here?" "I don't know who you are," I say, trying to sound firm, authoritative, anything but panicked. "But you need to leave before I call the police." "Oh, I need to leave? That's rich. You broke into my place and you're threatening me?" I run a hand through my hair, eyes flicking to the hallway. Could I shove him out and lock the door? Could I grab my phone? Where is my phone? And call someone? I take a cautious step toward him, hands half raised. "Look, I don't know what this is. Maybe you got the wrong floor or something. Or maybe you're confused, but this is my apartment, all right? You don't live here." He stares at me. Then with sharp, jerking movements, he points towards the kitchenette. "Oh yeah? Then tell me that's your owl mug." I follow his finger. A chipped blue owl mug sits on the coffee table like a trap. I blink. That, I don't know. That's not mine. Damn right it's not, he snaps. That's my mug. And where's my sailboat painting? I had it right here. He jabs a finger toward the wall above the TV. Are you a thief? I turn. My faded Swiss Alps poster is gone. In its place, a garish print of a sailboat on water so blue it looks fake. Wait, I had a poster there. Mountains, Swiss Alps. I swear it was there. The man just stares at me, chest rising and falling fast. I hold up my hands like I'm warding off a wild animal. Okay, maybe I screwed up. My voice wavers, half swallowed by the silence. Maybe I'm wrong. I must have come in the wrong door. I didn't mean to. Shit, I'm so sorry. I take a step back, knees weak. I'll go, alright? I'll just get my stuff and go. But something stops me. I glance back at the coffee table, at the blue owl mug. It's not just unfamiliar. It's wrong. The eyes aren't painted right. They're uneven. One stares forward, the other's cocked sideways, like it's watching the hallway behind me. The man hasn't moved. His expression has changed, less angry now, more uncertain. His eyes flick from the wall to the table to me. I don't remember this table being glass, he says quietly. I look down. The table's wood. It's always been wood. What are you talking about? I ask, but my voice is too soft to sound confrontational. No, it was glass, he mutters. Round, had a chip on the edge from when I dropped the takeout. This one's wood, square. And that lamp? He turns slowly. That's not my lamp. Something creaks in the bedroom. Neither of us move. I think, he says, breath fogging lightly in the suddenly cold air. I think this isn't your apartment. Or mine. The frantic anger is gone, replaced by a mirror of my own icy fear. Keys, he rasps, digging into his pocket with trembling fingers. He pulls out a key ring. We need to get out of here. We'll figure out what the hell's going on outside. My own keys are cold, heavy lumps in my hand. We don't speak again. The silence is a suffocating presence, thick with the smell of decay and the unnerving feeling of being watched by the very shadows that clings to the walls. The hallway to the door seems longer than it should be. I take a step and the carpet squelches faintly beneath my foot. I glance down. The floor looks the same, beige, ugly, a little stained, but now I don't trust it. Behind us, the bedroom door creaks again, only this time it doesn't stop. It opens slowly with the hush of breath sliding between teeth. He doesn't turn, neither do I. Don't look back, he whispers. His voice shakes. Just walk. We move, inching forward. Every object in the living room seems shifted. The couch leans ever so slightly toward the wall. Cushions caved in like something heavy just rose from them. The bookshelf is missing a shelf. My hand tightens around the key ring. The keys rattle too loudly, like they're trying to call attention to us, like they want something else to hear. We're almost there, I murmur, not sure who I'm trying to reassure, him or myself. The front door is 10 feet away. 8. A soft knock echoes from inside the bedroom. The man beside me flinches. I don't dare look. The temperature drops. My breath fogs the air, hangs there, then drifts backward against the laws of physics. I choke on it. This place, this thing, it's copying us. Badly. The front door looms closer now, but the handle seems off, longer than I remember. He reaches the door first, his hand trembling violently as he tries to jam his key into the deadbolt. It scrapes uselessly against the plate. It won't fit. Panic edges back into his voice. It should just unlock from inside, I hiss. My hand closing over the cold knob. I twist. It turns freely. Thank God. With a surge of desperate hope, I yank the door open. We stumble out together into the hallway, gasping lungfuls of stagnant, unmoving air. It tastes thick with dust, and that same underlying damp decay. The hallway light fixture is shattered, glass shards glittering dully on the floor below. Weak, gray, pre-drawn light filters from the grimy window at the far end, revealing a scene that stops us dead. The hallway is a ruin. Wallpaper hangs in long, moldering strips, revealing crumbling plaster underneath. The carpet is threadbare, stained with dark, unidentifiable patches, pulled up in places to show warped floorboards. Doors to other apartments hang askew on broken hinges, revealing glimpses of darkness within. Cobwebs thick as gauze drape the corners and ceiling. The air is frigid, smelling overwhelmingly of damp rot, mildew, and neglect. Utter, absolute desolation. This, the man beside me whispers, his voice cracking. This building, it's condemned. Look. He points a shaking finger towards a large, official notice nailed crookedly to the wall opposite my door. Our door, apartment 3B. The notice is faded, water-stained, and the bold red letters are unmistakable. Condemned. Structurally unsound. Entry prohibited. My blood turns to ice. We both slowly turn to look back at the door we just emerged from, apartment 3B. The wood is warped, the paint blistered and peeling. A thick layer of grime coats the surface, thick as old moss. The number 3B is barely visible beneath it, the brass digits green with corrosion. The keyhole looks rusted shut. It looks like it hadn't been used in years. The man raises his hand, slowly, like shifting the keys costs him something. I look down at mine, both identical, both for 3B, both seemingly useless against the decayed reality before us, yet they worked moments ago. He meets my eyes. Our keys hang limp in our hands. The only sound is the frantic hammering of our hearts and the silence. And then the shadows behind the door shift. At first I almost miss it. Just a flicker of movement in the dark, a smudge of black deeper than the shadows. But then it pushes forward, slow and deliberate. It isn't a person, not quite. The shape doesn't hold together right. Limbs bend where they shouldn't, joints jutting at broken angles. Where a face should be, there's only a hollowed-out suggestion of one, like a mask left too close to a flame. And the worst part? The hallway isn't big enough for it. The ceiling should scrape its skull. The walls should press against its shoulders, but it keeps coming anyway, folding itself into the space like it's bending the apartment around it. The shape tilts its head. My ribs clamp tight. Breath trapped like a live thing in my throat. The man beside me makes a sound, not quite a whimper, maybe a prayer. A wet crack splits the silence. The door frame splinters. Just a hairline fracture, but it sounds like a gunshot in the still air. We run, stairs blur underfoot. We don't stop until concrete turns to asphalt, until the sky bleeds dawn. Our eyes meet, a silent scream passing between us. My stomach drops as reality rearranges itself in my mind. This isn't right. The street signs are unfamiliar. The buildings wear strange colors, and that terrible, clawing realization. I don't live in an apartment. I own a house, a blue colonial. A mailbox with mine and Olivia's names painted on the side. A garage where my daughter's bike leans against the wall. Cold sweat trickles down my back. How did we get inside that place? Who let us in? But the most chilling question lingers between us, unspoken. What in God's name did we just escape from? "4:22 a.m. I'm on the back patio and I haven't moved in what feels like hours. It won't let me leave and it won't go away. Every second that I stand here typing and staring at this thing is agony. It keeps its face pressed against the glass so its large features stretch into this horrible expression. It's inside the house, only a few feet away behind the sliding glass door. I think it came from the woods. I can see past it, past the hallway and the living room. The front door is wide open. Such an idiot. I never lock it back home, but here in the middle of the forest, I should have known there are worse things than thieves and raccoons. It's tall, thin, and crooked. Its skin is leathered and splotched. There's patchy hair that withers from its scalp in long black strings. Its hands are gripping the glass, shaking. It's shaking now, and it still hasn't looked away from me. And I can say the same. I can't move. My family's still inside, sleeping, but for some reason I can't move. There's a feeling that if I look away from its bulging eyes for too long, if I lose focus, it'll get me. I'm writing this in case this thing doesn't leave when the sun comes up. I don't know how I know, but I'm certain that when morning comes, this thing will leave me and my family alone. But if it doesn't, then God have mercy on us. 4:46 a.m. It's cold. I'm losing feeling in my toes. The snow I'm standing in has melted into my shoes. I didn't think I'd be outside for this long. Just a quick cigarette and enjoy the northern stars. That's when I saw it. I had just made out the Big Dipper, and in the corner of my eye, with this gray line near the top of the sliding glass door, I traced it down, and it was the thing's finger. It was looking at me with its hands in the air like someone surprising a friend at a birthday party. I don't know how long it had been there already. I jumped to my feet, and when I did, it smashed its face into the glass hard enough to crack it near the top. I froze, and it did too. It's huge. My body's telling me that I'm in danger, and the best thing I can do is stay as perfectly still as possible. Just don't move. I remember glancing at the clock before stepping out for the smoke. It was 2:55 a.m. I don't know how much longer I can last. The crack in the glass keeps growing. 5:18 a.m. It moved. I couldn't bear it anymore. My entire left foot went numb 10 minutes ago. I tried to lift it and give it a shake to bring the blood back, but I lost my balance. I stumbled back a few steps, and when I looked back up, it was gone. Gone from the sliding door. It too had retreated a few steps back into the house. Back towards the open front door, towards the stairs leading to my sleeping family. It raised one of its fingers towards the ceiling. It must have been 6 inches long. The other hand brought another finger to its thin lips. Shh. I understood. I returned to my original spot, and it pushed itself into the glass once again, smearing its face. I can hear the glass cracking. 5:51 a.m. Can't be much longer now. Sunrise is late here, I know that, but surely not later than 6. We aren't that far north. Can't be much longer. Can't be much longer. 6:42 a.m. It's taking ages just to type the time. My fingers don't move well, getting hard to keep my eyes open. Where is the dawn? It's still as dark as it was at midnight. It's still watching me. 8:30 a.m. My family should be up by now. Back home, we always make sure we're moving bright and early. The wind sounds like voices. It hurts biting into the back of my legs. Is it horrible that I'm comforted by the fact that I won't feel it when my whole body goes numb? I don't think the sun will ever rise. I think this thing knows that too because it keeps breaking into these violent shaking fits. Laughing. It's laughing at me. I'm laughing too. I can't stop laughing. I don't know what time it is. I just jolted awake. I was asleep on my feet. On my cold black feet. The sliding glass door looks like a kaleidoscope. All the pretty cracks crisscrossing and splintering. Hope it's not getting too cold in there. I told them where the extra blankets are, but I still want them to get a good sleep. We have a big day of hiking ahead of us. It's smiling at me. It wasn't before, but now I can see layered rows of pearled white shark teeth, as white as the snow. I can see them well because it's still as dark as it was at midnight. But it can't be much longer now. We aren't that far north. Surely, it can't be much longer now. The house was a steal. That should have been the first red flag. A 3-bedroom craftsman with a wraparound porch for less than the cost of my cramped 2-bedroom apartment. It was in a quiet, secluded division called Maple Creek, where all the lawns were impossibly green and the neighbors waved with all 5 fingers. The HOA president, a woman named Carol with a smile as bright and hard as a porcelain doll's, met me on my first day. She handed me a welcome basket with a bottle of cheap Chardonnay and a single laminated sheet of paper. "We're so glad to have you, Mark," she said, her eyes crinkling in a way that didn't seem genuine. "We're very relaxed here at Maple Creek. We don't have rules about lawn heights or fence colors. We only have one." She tapped a perfectly manicured nail on the laminated sheet. On it, in a large, friendly font, were the words, "Rule number 1. If you see a pet that appears lost or in distress, do not approach it, do not feed it, do not let it into your home. Go inside, lock your doors, and ignore it until it is gone." I laughed, thinking it was a joke. "What, are the raccoons organized crime around here?" Carol smiled and wavered. "It's not a suggestion, Mark. It's the only thing we require of you. It is for the safety and harmony of the community." Her tone was light, but her eyes were dead serious. It was the first time I felt a chill in the warm afternoon air. For the first month, it was perfect. Quiet, peaceful. I almost forgot about the bizarre rule. I'd see people walking their dogs on leashes, cats sunning themselves on porches. They were clearly owned, clearly where they were supposed to be. The rule seemed like a weird quirk from a bygone era. Then came the storm last night. It was a real gully washer, with thunder that shook the windows and rain that came down in sheets. It was around midnight when I heard it, a sound that cut through the noise of the storm, a pathetic, high-pitched whine. I peered through my living room window. Huddled under the eave of my porch, shivering and soaked, was a golden retriever. It was beautiful, with big, sad eyes and a leather collar, but no tags. Every time the thunder cracked, it would press itself against my door and cry. My heart broke. The laminated card was sitting on my counter, and Carol's words echoed in my head. "Go inside, lock your doors, and ignore it." But how could I? It was just a dog, a scared, lost animal. What was the worst that could happen? I'd be breaking some stupid, arbitrary rule from a power-tripping HOA president. So I did it. I opened the door. The dog practically fell inside, shaking a puddle onto my hardwood floor. It looked up at me with such gratitude, nudging its wet head into my hand. I got it a towel and a bowl of water, and it immediately settled down on my rug, letting out a contented sigh. I felt a wave of relief. See? Just a dog. I fell asleep on the couch watching TV. I was woken up a few hours later by a sound that wasn't the storm. Knock, knock, knock. A slow, deliberate knock on my front door. The rain had stopped. The dog on the floor lifted its head, let out a low growl, and then strangely trotted to the door, its tail giving a single, lazy wag. I looked through the peephole. Standing on my porch was a man. He was tall, impossibly tall, dressed in a neat, old-fashioned suit, like a door-to-door salesman from the 1950s. He was smiling, a wide, friendly smile that showed too many teeth, all of them perfectly straight and white. I opened the door a crack, my hand still on the chain. "Can I help you?" "Good evening," the man said, his voice smooth and pleasant. "I do apologize for the late hour. I believe you found my dog." He gestured with his head toward the retriever, who was now sitting patiently at his feet, looking up at him. "Oh, yeah, he was out in the storm," I said, my relief making me feel foolish for ever being scared. "Glad you found him." The tall man's smile widened, stretching his face in a way that felt unnatural. "He has a habit of getting out. He's a bit of a rascal." He leaned forward, his eyes, dark and unblinking, locking onto mine, but he's very good at his job. My blood ran cold. His job? The man chuckled, a dry, rustling sound. He reached down and patted the dog's head. "Of course," he said, his gaze never leaving mine. "His job is to find the kindest person in the neighborhood." He straightened up, his towering frame seeming to block out all the light from the porch. "Thank you so much for your hospitality," the man said, his smile finally reaching his eyes, which now glinted with a terrifying, hungry light. "He likes you very much. He decided he wants you to meet the rest of the family." My mind screamed at me to slam the door. Slam it, lock it, run. But my body wouldn't obey. I was a statue, my hand frozen on the door. The man's smile never faltered as he gave the door a gentle push. The brass security chain didn't snap or break. It stretched, elongating like taffy with a soft metallic groan before falling away, limp and useless. "There now," he said pleasantly. "That's better." He didn't enter. He simply took a step back and gestured with an open palm toward the street. It wasn't a command, it was an invitation, and for reasons I can't explain, I found myself stepping out onto the porch. The golden retriever trotted ahead of us, its tail held high. The air was different out here. The storm had washed everything clean, but the world felt muted, like I was looking at it through a pane of smoked glass. The streetlights cast long, distorted shadows that seemed to writhe and twist at the edges of my vision. As we walked, I noticed other things. A sleek black cat emerged from beneath a hedge, its eyes glowing with a faint phosphorescence. It fell into step beside the retriever. A few houses down, a parrot was perched on a mailbox. It didn't squawk or speak. It just swiveled its head, tracking our progress in perfect silence. They were all moving with us, an honor guard of silent, watchful animals. I looked at the houses we passed. Through their big picture windows, I could see my neighbors. They were frozen in place like mannequins in elaborate dioramas. One family was sitting around a dinner table, forks raised halfway to their mouths. In another house, a man was stopped mid-stride, one foot hovering over the floor. They were all facing our direction, their faces blank, their eyes wide and vacant. "Don't mind them," the tall man said, noticing my gaze. "They're very good at following the rules." We were heading toward the end of the cul-de-sac to the oldest house on the block, a large colonial that had been dark and seemingly empty since I'd moved in. As we got closer, I could feel a low vibration through the soles of my shoes, a deep hum that seemed to emanate from the house itself. The golden retriever led the procession up the walkway and sat patiently before the heavy oak door. The other animals formed a silent semicircle behind us, their eyes all fixed on me. The tall man walked to the door. It swung open before he touched it, revealing nothing but a deep, impenetrable darkness inside. The low hum grew louder, resonating in my bones. It sounded like a purr, a gigantic, hungry purr. The man turned to me, his smile as wide and terrifying as ever. He gestured into the blackness. "After you," he said. "They've been so looking forward to this."